were accepting the AFN one?
Yeah.
Or you want to do both?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean,
I feel kind of silly. They have me presenting both of them for some reason. So if I'm both cases, I have to be you and me. That feels kind of weird. Does anybody else here?
Yeah.
Second one.
Yeah.
I wrote that. Okay.
Ready to take their seats, please. We'll get started. I want to welcome you to the Anchorage Assembly meeting for the 10th of October, 2017. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Steele? Here. Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Traney?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Croft?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Domboski?
Present.
Mr. Dyson? Here. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Dyson, would you lead us in the pledge, sir?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. We have minutes to approve. Item 4A, minutes of regular Assembly meeting, May 9th, 2017. And item 4B, minutes of the Assembly meeting of May 23rd, 2017. If I could get a motion on the first set of minutes, please.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Is there any objection to approval of the minutes? Seeing no opposition, Madam Clerk, those minutes are approved unanimously. The next one is meeting of May 23rd, 2017. If you'd make a motion on that, sir.
Move to approve the minutes of May 23rd.
Second.
Any objection to approval of those minutes? Not seeing an objection, Madam Clerk, those items are approved by the body. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now down to Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, any important announcements you'd like to make?
Not that I'd like to make, but I figured I probably should inform you that we have upon the leaving of Mr. Abbott, who is not here, we are going to forward Mr. Falsey's name to you.
Half the salary that we paid Mr. Abbott, or what? Welcome,
or what?
Welcome, Mr. Falsey. We appreciate you being chosen for that office. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Constant.
to the mayor, I would love to make sure that Mr. Abbott is here at the next meeting so we may publicly shame him.
I will do my best.
If we have any shaming going, would you have a SWAT team here in case we need to take Mr. Constant out? Thank you. Next item of business is Assembly Chair's report. Look up here on the wall. We have this piece of fabric art that's been up here for now quite a while, but it was hidden from view by plastic as they were doing remodeling. This originally was designed for the library, and I think, 1986. But it doesn't fit what they've got out there anymore, so we asked them if we could use it. This represents, it's fabric art. From my point of view, it represents the fabric that binds this town. Because you look at our town, we're a composition of different races, different religions, and just different people, different walks of life. But we're blended together to work seamlessly. So I really appreciate them doing that. And they tell me this was called Arctic Echoes, fiberwork known from Nancy Cumberland from Kansas City, Missouri. Was commissioned in '86, was designed to fit the curve of the entryway, and then the newly opened Lusac Library. And Janet says the abstract design reflects the structure of Alaska landscape with mountains, region deltas, glaciers, and sweeping movement in the water. Arctic Echoes would move to the Anchorage Assembly Chambers this year as a result of library renovation. Arctic Echoes is one of the few fiber artworks that remain in the public art collection. So I appreciate the artist's work coming up with this, and I would appreciate everybody that comes to the Assembly Chambers to take a look at that and figure out where we fit in this fabric we call Anchorage. But thank you. Madam Clerk, you've got something you want to read?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think some of the Assembly members and some of the people who are watching the Assembly meeting on the TV know that we've had some technical difficulties for about the last, probably about 3 weeks. We've had some new equipment that was installed in late August. It was very outdated, but we do believe that it has been fixed. We have some folks that have been working behind the scenes, and we really want to thank them. None of us get to see these people that are working on the broadcast or working at GCI or doing our closed captioning. So I would like to thank them, John Crabb with the MOA Video Center, Joshua Burrow with the Anchorage School District Video Center, Chris Brandt and Mark Miller with GCI, Nancy Epstein with Captivision, and I'm sure that there are other technicians and people who made this happen so that the audio and the video are synced. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll now go to committee reports. John, I'm going to start with you, sir.
Oh, sure. On Thursday, the Community and Economic Development Committee will meet to talk generally about some of our city's district plans and how we can make sure they're not just gathering dust on the shelves. We'll also do a quick review of proposed changes to septic systems in Anchorage.
Thank you.
That's
Mr.
Thursday,
Rivera,
9
sir.
a.m. Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 meetings to notify the members and the public. Tomorrow there will be a joint meeting of the Public Safety Committee and the Assembly Committee on Homelessness, specifically talking about Mr. Croft's ordinance regarding changing the abatement timeline for illegal camps from 15 days to 10 days, and we'll be probably discussing other potential policies regarding camps. And there will also be a regular Assembly Committee on Homelessness on the 18th. Both of those meetings are at 11 a.m. Mayor's Conference Room, City Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have on the schedule an Enterprise Committee meeting, and I need to touch base with Mr. Falsey, our new city manager, to discuss some of the items that may come up on that, and so stand by.
Thank you. Ms. France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
You wanted a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, please.
Why don't you just take it right now?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. When a shooter opened fire in Las Vegas on October 1st, 3 Alaskans were among the victims. Rob McIntosh of North Pole was injured and is expected to recover. Adrian Murfitt and Doreen Anderson, both of Anchorage, were killed. Let us join together in a moment of silence to honor the victims and their families.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a horrific event happening in our country. We appreciate that moment of silence for the people that were hurt and killed in that case. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gates and I continue to work on an ordinance relating to the taxi industry to resolve some of the issues that arose in the past year. Once that ordinance is ready, we'll start to reconstitute the Transportation Committee. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been getting calls from people in that industry that they want to make sure we haven't forgotten them yet. Mr. Croft, sir. Committee?
Nothing to report, sir.
Mr. Peterson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The Legislative Committee is going to meet sometime this month. We have to find a date when we can all are available. So sometime in the second half of the month, we will be planning a get-together, and I'll send a questionnaire email out to the members to see if we can find a date where we can all attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, sir.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a report, but I do want to just put it on the record. We did my disclosure for the Fire Academy. It's item 14B last time, and you said I didn't have a conflict.
You do not.
Thank you.
Unless you're planning on putting in for the academy.
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dyson, sir.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Dunbar, I need a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items.
Okay. Amy, would you please, in your melodious voice, please read these to us?
Thank
And
you.
thank you for the sedisto duty as directed. We appreciate it.
I will, thank you. Addendum to the agenda. Item 9, consent agenda. 9A, resolutions for actions, proclamations, and recognitions. 9A5, resolution number AR 2017-339, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encouraging education to increase public awareness about early detection. Assembly Chair Trainee, Assembly Vice Chair Dunbar, Assembly Members Constant, Croft, Domboski, Dyson, LaFrance, Peterson, Rivera, Steele, Weddleton, and Mayor Berkowitz. 9A6, resolution number AR 2017-340, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring the Reverend Dr. Alonzo B. Patterson on his retirement and recognizing his incredible legacy of community service to the municipality of Anchorage. Assembly members Rivera, Constant, Croft, Domboski, Dunbar, Dyson, LaFrance, Peterson, Steele, Trainee, Weddleton, and Mayor Berkowitz. B, resolutions for action, other. 9B10, resolution number AR 2017-338, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly updating the appointments to a citizen naming panel created by AR 2016-357 for the honorary naming of a location after Red Boucher, Assembly Chair Trainee. 9B11, resolution number AR 2017-341, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly urging the Alaska Legislature to repeal SB 91 passed in 2016. Assembly member Domboski and Assembly Chair Trainee. This is accompanied by information memorandum number AIM 125-2017. D, new business. 9D12, Assembly Memorandum number AM 721-2017, Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission appointments. Ron Tenney, Brady Quaid, and Peggy Looney, Mayor's Office. F, ordinances and resolution for introduction. 9F10, ordinance number AO 2017-124, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2018 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 647-2017. 9F11, resolution number AR 2017-307, a resolution adopting the 2018 to 2023 six-year fiscal program, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. Accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 653-2017. 9F12, ordinance number AO 2017-125, an ordinance adopting the 2018 general government capital improvement budget, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 648-2017. 9F13, resolution number AR 2017-305, a resolution adopting the 2018 to 2023 General Government Capital Improvement Program, Office of Management and Budget. The public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 651-2017. 9F14, ordinance number AO 2017-126, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2018 municipal utilities and enterprise activities operating budgets to include Municipal Light and Power, MLMP, and Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, AWW, reimbursable projects, MLMP, BRU Gas-Filled Fund, and MLMP Contributed Plant, and the 2018 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Budget, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 649-2017. 9F15, resolution number AR 2017-306, a resolution approving the 2018 to 2023 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Programs, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 652-2017. 9F16, ordinance number AO 2017-127, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2018 operating and capital budgets of Anchorage Community Development Authority, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017 and November 7, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 650-2017. 9F17, Assembly Memorandum number AM 715-2017, Planning Board appointments, Donald R. Porter, Kevin Cross, and Rebecca Becky Lipson. Mayor's Office. Public comment is set for October 24, 2017. 9F18, Assembly Memorandum number AM 716-2017, Urban Design Commission appointments, Joe Miller, Monica Sullivan, and Gerald L. Jerry Winchester. Mayor's Office. Public comment is set for October 24, 2017. 9F19, Assembly Memorandum number AM 718-2017, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments, Brian Looney, Brandon J.M. Sporhace, and Jared Lee Gardner. Mayor's Office. Public comment is set for October 24, 2017. 9F20, Assembly Memorandum number AM 719-2017, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals appointments, Stephanie Shanklin Aker and Dale Smythe. Mayor's Office. Public comment is set for October 24, 2017. 9F21, Assembly Memorandum number AM 720-2017, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors appointments, Matthew Henry, Terry D. Parks, Patrick Rumley, Robert E. Harris, Christopher Michael Schutte, and Evelyn Russo. Mayor's Office. Public comment is set for October 24, 2017. 9F22, Ordinance number AO 2017-137, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly adding new Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.30.1620 to establish a survivor's medical insurance premium program to ensure that medical insurance premiums are paid for the surviving spouse and dependents of any municipal employee who is killed in the line of duty and in the scope and course of their duties. Assembly members Constant, LaFrance, Rivera, and Mayor Berkowitz. Public hearing is set for October 24, 2017. This is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 722-2017. Item 13, continued public hearings. 13A1, Assembly Memorandum number AM 717-2017, Ordinance number AO 2017-119S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 15 to recognize and enumerate the presence of significant visible mold in hotels as a prohibited public nuisance. To clarify that hotels and other visitor accommodations are excluded from the scope of the Anchorage Housing Maintenance and Occupancy Code, amending Title 23 to include significant visible mold growth in the definitions of unsafe building and unfit for human occupancy in the dangerous buildings provisions, and amending Title 14 to provide for civil penalties. Assemblymember Croft. Laid on the table items. Item 9, consent agenda. 9A, resolutions for actions, proclamations, and recognitions. 9A7, resolution number AR 2017-343, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating October 2017 as Energy Awareness Month. Assembly members Rivera, Constant, Croft, Domboski, Dunbar, Dyson, LaFrance, Peterson, Steele, Trainee, Weddleton, and Mayor Berkowitz. 9B, resolutions for action other. 9B12, resolution number AR 2017-342, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting amendments to state law to strengthen public safety and to alter the effects of SB 91 passed in 2016. Assembly member Crofton, Assembly Chair Trainee. This is accompanied by 9B12A, Information Memorandum Number AIM 127-2017, Resolution Number AR 2017-342, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting amendments to state law and to strengthen public safety and to alter the effects of SB 91 passed in 2016. Assembly Member Dyson. 9E, Information and Reports. 9E2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 126-2017, Resolution Number AR 2017-342, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting amendments to state law to strengthen public safety and to alter the effects of SB 91 passed in 2016. Assemblymember Constant. 9F, Ordinances and Resolutions for Introduction. 9F19A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 718-2017A, Planning and Zoning Commission appointments, Brian Looney and Jared Lee Gardner, Mayor's Office. Public comment is set for October 24, 2017.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Great job. I was asked by somebody why we were here so early today. Because of this agenda in front of us. That's the reason most of us were here. I want you to vote on the incorporation of the consent agenda by the addition of the laid on the table items and the addendum. Please vote on that. And then we'll get on to motion on the consent agenda as amended. That was approved by the body. Mr. Vice Chairman, I need a motion on the approval of the consent agenda with the laid on the table and the addendum to the agenda, and then we'll pull items for further discussion.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the addendum and the laid on the table items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Then let's start with those items pulled for a little further discussion. Mr. Dyson, I'll start with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pull 14J and 9B12.
9B12.
Sorry, 14.
14J is a public
You can't pull 14J. 9B12.
14J and what?
You can't pull
9B.
J.
It's a public hearing item.
J's on the regular
12, I
agenda.
know.
So you need to tell him he can't pull 14J.
You're right.
It's a
I
public
can't
hearing.
pull 14J.
It's a public hearing item, sir.
Yep.
So
Hey, so you want to pull item 9B12, sir?
I think it's 9. Bravo.
9 Bravo 12. Okay. Anything else, Fred?
Negative.
Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Can you come back to me, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely, ma'am. Mr. Constant.
Yes, 9A1, please.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft, sir.
Nothing to pull.
Mr. Dunbar, sir.
I've got a few. 9 Alpha 3 for reading. 9 Bravo 7. 9 Bravo 11. 9 F8. 9 F11.
Let me catch up to you. 9F8.
9 F11.
Foxtrot.
F doesn't really sound like it.
Again, he wanted to pull.
Do it. Let's do it. You get to
That was a public hearing item.
19. 9F 19. 19.
Sorry.
What was it?
Not 9F11. I'm being told it's 9F19, actually. I should have told.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that all, sir?
Yes.
Mr. France, ma'am.
Nothing to pull. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, sir.
No items, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rivera, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull items 9 Alpha 2 and 9 Alpha 7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
9 Alpha 2 and what?
9 Alpha 7.
Okay. Mr. Welton, sir.
9A4 for reading.
Okay. You ready to go through them, Barbara?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, 9A7, 9A11. On the B area, we've got B, Fred pulled B12. And then on nothing in C, D, or E, and then on F, we've got F8, and we've got F14. No, he didn't pull that one. We've got F19.
And,
Is that all you've got, Barbara?
Mr. Chair, and I think we're about to do the same thing. Just to clarify, I believe it was 9 Bravo 11, not 9 Alpha 11. I don't
9
think there is
Bravo
a 9.
11?
Yeah, I don't think there is a 9 Alpha 11.
Okay.
He'll come back to me.
We're trying a new system. See if we get it down right.
And then Ms. Dembowski has an item.
Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you. 9 Alpha 5 for reading.
Okay. So we there, Madam Clerk? Please vote on the balance of the agenda with the addition of the addendum and laid on table items, with the exception of those items were pulled for a little further discussion. Please vote. Item was approved unanimously. We now go back to those items that pulled for a little further discussion. The first one is item Item 9A1,
Move to approve.
and this is Resolution AR 2017-316, a resolution of the Municipal Assembly, and Mayor Berkowitz welcome delegates and attendees to the 2017 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention at the Denida Center, October 19th to the 21st, 2017.
All right.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that is approved by the body. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I am reading.
Okay, and you're presenting?
Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is honored to host the 2017 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, October 19th to the 21st, 2017, and extends a warm, welcoming Anchorage welcome to the delegates, attendees, family members, and guests. And whereas in October 1966, more than 400 Alaska Natives transcended regional rivalries to found the Alaska Federation of Natives, which has grown to represent more than 165 tribes, 146 village corporations, 12 regional corporations, and 12 regional nonprofit and tribal consortiums. And whereas the AFN convention brings together 3,500 delegates and between 4,000 and 5,000 attendees while fulfilling the AFN's mission to enhance and promote the cultural values and the economic and political voices of the Alaska Native community. And whereas the 2017 convention theme, Strength in Unity, Leadership, Partnership, Social Justice, underlines the importance of a statewide unified approach to the many shared challenges and opportunities that the Native community is facing this year, and reflects the 2017 areas of emphasis for AFN, both in the convention's agenda and the organization's priorities. And whereas the annual AFN convention is the largest representative yearly gathering in the United States of any Native peoples, generating an economic impact on the host city in the excess of $6 million. And whereas Anchorage cherishes the rich cultural traditions, history, and values of Alaska's Native peoples, and as Alaska's largest Native village is proud to be the home to more than 23,000 Alaska Natives. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to, in the spirit of community, recognize and honor the traditions and knowledge of Alaska's Native peoples, and to encourage the people of Anchorage to welcome and embrace the delegates and attendees of the 2017 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention, passed and approved on this day.
Thank you for being here, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Greg Razzo, Anchorage born and bred. I'm the Cook Inlet Region representative to the Board of Directors of the Alaska Federation of Natives, and I am very proud on behalf of the Board of Directors and our President, Julie Kitka, and our staff that is working very hard to make this year's convention be excellent, to thank the Assembly for and the Mayor for making this proclamation here today. It means a great deal to the AFN. This convention is very important to our people. It will set the stage for all of the action items that the staff works on for the coming year. And I have had the privilege of running the Resolutions Committee for a number of years now. I can tell you that a number of very important resolutions will come before the delegation, and I'm happy to be able to present those and have representatives from across the state of Alaska, Alaska Native representatives, consider each of those important issues and decide what is best for our people. So we look forward to a safe and happy convention next week, and we thank you very much for this honor tonight.
Would you mind taking a few questions, sir?
Certainly.
Mr. Rivera, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not really a question. Hi, Greg. I just wanted to invite, I think the Assembly members got the email, but for the public interested, when Anchorage is hosting this, I think it's really important that we really put out all the stops to make sure we are welcoming everyone to this. And so welcoming Anchorage, which I'm honored to be a part of, is actually hosting, welcoming Anchorage ambassadors. And I think we have Daryl Hess. I don't see anyone else here. So yeah, if you could wave. If anyone's interested in being a welcoming Anchorage ambassador, I'd go see Daryl, and I really would love if everyone would just be there to welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson down here has got a comment, sir. Mr. Dyson.
Thank you, and thanks for your service. And I want the Assembly to realize that Greg has been the chair of the Criminal Justice Reform Commission for more than a year.
For 3 years.
Yeah, and succeeded Chief Justice Alex Brenner, and does a marvelous job. It's my understanding, sir, that AFN has strongly endorsed revisions to our criminal justice code, and particularly the things that the Commission has produced so far. Is that correct?
We actually had a chance to discuss this this afternoon, Assemblymember Dyson, and AFN was very involved in the criminal justice reform efforts that were resulted in SB 91. We have been very involved in the SB 54 reform efforts, and I think it's a fair statement that the Alaska Federation of Natives supports the reforms to the Alaska Criminal Justice Code and continues to support 100% criminal justice reform in Alaska.
And as I understand it, if I may, from our earlier conversation, the legislature has extended the term of the commission to continue to work on changes as necessary. Is that correct, sir?
The SB 91 legislation did a number of things with regard to the commission. First of all, it extended the term of the commission and imposed some very significant oversight and additional duties that would make sure that we keep a data collection responsibility and an oversight and continuing recommendation responsibility to the governor and the Alaska State Legislature. So yes, the commission was extended and given additional oversight responsibilities to ensure that criminal justice reform efforts are monitored, and if change is necessary, recommend that change to the legislature.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from Assembly members? Just want to thank you for having it here in our town. If we have any problems at all, or we can help you, let us know. As a grandfather of many grandchildren that are native, I want to make sure that our grandchildren have an opportunity to experience their native heritage. So hopefully they'll have things for grandkids that they can participate in the convention. It's important these kids learn their heritage.
Well, I'd invite all of you to please come down to the convention. It's an amazing gathering. The opportunity to pick up some amazing arts and crafts straight from the village is always there. But even more importantly, to stop in and listen to the agenda, because the agenda that we have for those 3 days is really important, and we'll be hearing from folks that are important to the Alaska Native people around the state in terms of developing our policy agenda on the local, state, and federal levels going forward.
Again, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for selecting Anchorage. Next item in front of us is item 9A2. It's Resolution AR 2017-317, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2017 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions to Anchorage. Mr. Rivera, you pulled that, sir.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, please mark the screen so we've got you on there. The clerk tells me we need you to do that.
Yep.
Ask unanimous consent, seeing no objection, that's approved. Who's presenting and who's reading?
Mr. Chair, I'm reading, and Mr. Peterson.
Who is here to receive it? Okay.
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2017 as Filipino American History Month, a time to celebrate Filipino Americans and their cultural and historic contributions to Anchorage, the state of Alaska, and the United States of America. Whereas the first Filipinos arrived in Alaska in 1788 on the fur trading ship, the Iphigenia Nubiana, and during the early 1900s began settling in Alaska, first in the coastal villages in Southeast and in Bristol Bay, and by the 1930s in Anchorage. And whereas Filipinos are Alaska's largest immigrant group and are 52% of the Asian Pacific Islander population, and in Anchorage, the Filipino population is 3.3%, or about 10,000 people, according to the 2010 census. And whereas Filipinos have contributed significantly to the entire spectrum of Alaska's workforce, from the mining, fishing, and oil industries to healthcare, education, and Alaska Native corporations. And whereas the first female Filipino American elected to a state legislature in the United States was Alaska Representative Thelma Garcia Buckhold. And whereas 2017 marks the 35th anniversary of the founding of the Filipino American National Historical Society, which works to preserve and disseminate the history of Filipino Americans. And whereas this year's Filipino American History Month theme commemorates the 70th anniversary of the 1947 Military Bases Agreement between the United States and the Philippines, the monumental effect it had on U.S.-Philippines relations in the larger Pacific Rim, and the profound effect the law had upon the Filipino American community nationwide. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 2017 as Filipino American History Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of October 2017.
Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly, Mayor Berkowitz and staff. My name is Elsa Sargento, and on behalf of the 10,000 Filipino Americans calling Anchorage their home, and about 20,000 Filipino Americans living in the different areas of the state of Alaska, we are very honored to have this resolution recognizing the Filipino cultural and historic contributions to Anchorage and beyond. We are very proud to have this recognition, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you being here. And just for the body, they're actually the ones providing dinner tonight, so I'm cheap for dinner. So I appreciate them bringing dinner here. Thank you very much for doing that.
We have a calendar of events here, and we'll distribute this to you, or we'll just leave it over here.
Make sure everybody gets it, ma'am.
And we would like to invite all of you to come to one of the events, or to all, if it's possible. We have a community-wide celebration on Sunday, October 15, at the center from 12 to 5 o'clock. It will be a great event. Bring your family and friends and come and meet your Filipino community and your neighbors and friends. Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Next item in front of us, it's item 9A3, Resolution Air 2017-323, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the municipality of Anchorage. That was pulled by Mr. Dyson. I need a motion to approve in a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. See no objection. That's approved. Who is?
I'm reading, and Mr. Croft is presenting.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Indigenous Peoples' Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas. And whereas in 2017, Governor Bill Walker signed Alaska House Bill 78 into law, making Alaska the second state in the nation to recognize Indigenous Peoples' Day on the second Monday of October. And whereas as a welcoming city, the municipality of Anchorage opposes racism towards towards indigenous peoples in our community and promotes policies and practices that are equitable and inclusive for all of our residents. And whereas the indigenous peoples of the lands that would become Anchorage have occupied these lands since time immemorial, and Anchorage is built upon the homelands and communities of the indigenous people of this region. And whereas we proudly recognize that the municipality of Anchorage is Alaska's largest native village, with more than 23,000 Alaska Natives calling Anchorage home. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage values and honors the many contributions made to our community through indigenous people's knowledge, traditions, arts, philosophy, stewardship of these lands, and their cultural contributions that have shaped the character of our community. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of October, 2017.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Greg Razzo again from Anchorage. I'll be brief this time. I think I must have been the only Native guy to be able to get off work early. But thank you very much for this honor. This is an important day, because I can tell you that the naming of Indigenous Peoples Day means a great deal to Alaska Native people across the state. It really goes to the heart of the matter that the first people of Alaska really were the first people, and that we bring culture and history and tradition and richness to this state. So we appreciate the chance to accept this on behalf of all of the Alaska Native people today. I'll bring this day in so that everybody can get a chance to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you, sir. Next item is on your addendum to agenda. Actually, it's on your late on the table items. It's item 9A7, Resolution Air 2017-243, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating October 2017 as Energy Awareness Month.
Oh, wait, wrong one.
Hold on, 9A4. 9A4?
I believe 4 was pulled.
Yeah, I pulled it.
4 was pulled, sorry.
John pulled it.
So what did we pull? We got to go back. We'll get to that one later. So we're now on item 9A4. 9A4 is Resolution Air 2017-327, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mike Kruger for over 44 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. That was pulled by Mr. Whittleton, sir.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ask unanimous consent, see no objection. That is approved. Who's reading and who's presenting?
Weddleton's reading.
Okay.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mike Kruger for over 44 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Go to here. Just step to there. Whereas Mike Kruger began working for the Greater Anchorage Area Borough in April 1973, and whereas Mike continued his career with the municipality of Anchorage in 1975 after unification, and whereas Mike's career has spanned the administrations of 10 mayors, Greater Anchorage Borough Mayor Jack Roderick and Municipal Mayors George Sullivan, Tony Knowles, Tom Fink, Rick Mystrom, George Wirch, Mark Begich, Acting Mayor Matt Clayman, Dan Sullivan, and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas Mike began his career working in the Geotechnical Laboratory collecting samples and running material tests, asphalt compaction, concrete, mechanical analysis, and others on roads, storm drains, and other public works projects to help ensure the quality of the construction. And whereas in 1984, Mike was promoted to the manager of the Geotechnical Lab, and whereas Mike has held that position since his promotion, and whereas Mike is considered to be a subject matter expert on all geotechnical matters within the municipality, as well as South Central Alaska, and is the go-to person for questions in this field. And whereas Mike can always be found on all municipal paving projects with asphalt sticking to his boots, talking to the paving crew, physically collecting and taking samples of the heavy asphalt from the project lab and ensuring everything on every paving job, whether asphalt or concrete, is done to the highest standards. And whereas Mike can be found crawling up and down material stockpiles and project sites, looking at the quality of materials and offering his insight and experience in regard to the material used in constructing the projects. And whereas Mike has collected and maintained a very large database of all test holes taken in the municipality and made those available to engineers and anyone else that wants to review them. And whereas Mike has always come to work with a tremendous attitude and has been a pleasure to work with. And whereas Mike will be retiring from his position after 44 years of service to the municipality and its citizens. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors Mike Kruger for his devoted service to the municipality of Anchorage and its employees. Pass and approve the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of October 2017.
All I can say is that was very well written and very informative. I started running numbers just to calculate what the quantities that we generated in my involvement, and the numbers were kind of frightening. There was over 1 million tons of asphalt, for instance, that we did quality control on. There's no way that I could have gotten through the construction season for 44 years without my family and my lovely wife, Lori. Was there for every weekend that I wasn't, and late nights when I couldn't be there. And my daughters always were steadfast. Jasmine, I love you. And Chelsea. We were doing Baxter Beaver, and her birthday is on October 20th, and we thought that we would never be paving on October 20th, so we scheduled her birthday recognition for that date. Big mistake. I get a call at 10 o'clock at night, and it was snowing and the ground was frozen. Of course, you don't pave when it's snowing or ground is frozen, but in this particular case, it was an emergency. And she called about 10 o'clock, and she was 4 years old, and asked if I was coming home tonight. Broke my heart. But there's been a lot of great people, as witnessed by what everyone that's here. I've always had significant camaraderie with our people. They're just a great group, and we've had generations since I've been here.
Ma'am, come on down here. You can get a photo this way.
Am I taking up too much time?
No, doing great.
Move the microphone a little closer so we can hear you better.
But
could somebody come move the microphone closer to him? Thank you.
You have to ask yourself, where were you in 1973 on April 3rd? April 3rd, 1973. And I used to make a habit of taking a seat in that particular room where I did my interview, because I've always honored and appreciated the recognition that we've gotten. It's just a different organization. Many times you hear people complain about government. Our unit and my exposure to maintenance, and because we interact with everybody, and we're a small unit, but I take pride in being able to say we respond when we're called upon. So I'd like to express my appreciation to all the people that have been involved in my life and my career. And going forward, I'm sure the personnel that we have in place will be able to respond. But it's going to leave a real empty hole in my life. So thank you to all of you.
Well, thank you for being here. You have a lovely family and a lot of friends that really love you, so you did a great job for the city, sir. Thank you. 44 years is amazing. Next item in front of us comes off the addendum to the agenda. Resolution Error 2017-339, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encouraging education to increase public awareness about early detection.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Moved in second, ask unanimous consent. Sharing no objection, that's approved. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading. Do we have somebody here to accept? Come on down. Ms. LaFrance is presenting. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encouraging education to increase public awareness about early detection. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to raise awareness of the risks of breast cancer, the value of screening and early detection, and the treatment options available to women and men who are diagnosed with one of the many forms of breast cancer. Whereas in 2017, an estimated 252,710 new cases of breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women and men in the U.S., and whereas in Alaska, 2017, an estimated 500 new cases of breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed. Nearly 66% of women 40 years or older are up to date with screening, meaning that over 1 in 3 women are not going to get tested as recommended. Whereas the percentage of Alaskan women ages 50 to 74 who have had a mammogram within the past 2 years has dropped over the past 10 years, with breast cancer screening in Alaska ranking 35th in the nation. Whereas mammography screening is currently considered the most effective way to reducing breast cancer mortality and increasing the odds of survival. And whereas the American Cancer Society hosts an annual Making Strides Against Breast Cancer walk to raise money and provide free information and support awareness of reduced risk associated with early detection and to fund innovative research. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes October 2017 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encourages increased public awareness and education about the benefits of early detection for all Alaskans. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of October 2017.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. So my name is Alessandra Jenkins. I'm the advocacy chair for the American Cancer Society's Relay for Life and Making Strides here in Anchorage. I've been a volunteer with American Cancer Society.
Could you move the microphone closer to you? I'm sorry.
No, I've been a volunteer for the American Cancer Society for over 14 years. A little bit, why do I volunteer with the American Cancer Society? My mother was diagnosed with cancer 15 years ago. She was given 10 years to live. Because of the American Cancer Society and them bringing awareness to cancer and also fighting for cancer research, she is living 5 years past her time. She's living for 15 years. So I'd like to thank the Assembly for recognizing the American Cancer Society, and I'd like to thank the American Cancer Society for the work that they do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Take care. Next item is proposed item 9A7, Resolution Error 2017-2-343, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating October 2017 as Energy Awareness Month. Mr.
Move
Rivera,
to
you
approve.
pulled that one?
Yep. Move to approve.
Is there a second? Moved and second, ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that's approved. Mr. Rivera, are you presenting it? Or?
Yes. Yeah, if the folks can come up, please. Yep.
Go ahead, sir. Who's presenting it?
Oh, excuse me, I'm reading it. I actually don't know who the presenter is.
He's got something.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating October 2017 as Energy Awareness Month. Whereas the state of Alaska has proclaimed October 2017 as Energy Awareness Month, and whereas energy efficiency is a cornerstone of energy awareness, and whereas energy efficiency practices and energy efficiency building upgrades save Alaskans money and decrease carbon emissions, and whereas the state of Alaska energy policy requires the state to achieve a 15% increase in energy efficiency between 2010 and 2020 on a per capita basis. And whereas based on current progress and trends, the state of Alaska expects that it will have a 5% increase in per capita energy efficiency by 2020. And whereas the majority of Alaska's efficiency increase to date has come from reductions in the consumption of electricity, primarily through improvements to consumer technology and behavior changes. And whereas energy efficiency efforts within the municipality of Anchorage can assist the state of Alaska in reaching and exceeding state of Alaska energy efficiency goals. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage efforts to increase energy efficiency in public facilities include implementation of best energy efficiency practices in building management and the installation of new LED streetlights in Anchorage. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage can encourage further local energy efficiency efforts by working with local utilities, community councils, the local Chamber of Commerce, the University of Alaska, and others. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage can and should embark on an energy efficiency campaign in conjunction with resiliency and climate change efforts. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 2017 as Energy Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of October 2017.
Look at the meeting.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Kristen. I'm with the Alaska Center. We work with community groups, businesses, individuals, tribes across the state and here in Anchorage to advance clean energy and energy efficiency policy. We applaud your leadership to advance these issues. We believe that energy efficiency is an important aspect of needed improvements that will push Anchorage further along meeting the goals of diversifying our economy, increasing sustainability, and making this a great place to live. Thank you.
Anything? Thanks for being here. The next item that was pulled was item 9B7, Resolution Error 2017-324, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of efforts to restore the Klutna River. Mr. Dunbar, you pulled that?
Yes, I'm going to move to postpone this to the meeting of October 24th. There are some issues with the power company, but also I think some opportunities on the 24th to have additional people testify. So if we would.
Okay, is there a second for that? Second. Moved and seconded?
Yes.
Is there any opposition to that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, it'll show up on the 24th. Ms.
Amy.
Dombrowski,
I
ma'am?
just want a point of clarification. You said, is this set for public hearing? You said people show up and testify.
Oh, I'm not testify. I think I'm going to call someone down to speak to it, but you're right. I'm not saying
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if you want to set it for public hearing, we do.
No, thank you. But no, I'm not saying public hearing. Just postponing it for 2 weeks.
No objections. That item will appear on the 24th. Thank you, sir. We now have in front of us item B11.
So, Mr. Chairman, I pulled 9 Bravo 11. However, I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day to first take up 9 Bravo 12. 9 Bravo 11 and 9 Bravo 12 are basically on the same topic on criminal justice reform. However, we've taken about 5 hours of testimony on 9 Bravo 12. I think there are a bunch of amendments for it, so I'd like us to go through that process. So again, I move to change the order of the day to take up 9 Bravo 12 now.
You can.
I'll second that.
On the issue of change the order of the day, to take up item 9B12 first. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's ordered as 9B11 and my 9B12. 9B11 would be encourage the legislature for a full repeal of SB 91. I think logic and common sense tells you if that were to pass, then you don't even need to worry about 9B12. So I would say, clearly I can count the tea leaves. I would say deal with 9B11, vote it up or down, and then move on to 9B12. That makes sense to me. It's logical. If you don't want to take a position on 9B11, I understand that. But to me, either vote it up or down and then move on. So I'm not going to support reordering the day.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Wilton.
Well, I'd support reorder, but I don't find that the two are mutually exclusive either. I think we should send comments to the state on SB 54 because they'll be looking at it, and if an additional comment would be dump the whole thing, that's in addition to. So I do support reordering.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I think John just touched on it. I think we're going to vote on both, Ms. Dombowski. That's my intention. But I would like to first have a vote on the SB 54 resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
And I would just like to ask a question if we have Mr. Zach Cavey here for his public appearance that's supposed to be before 6:30, because I have a feeling this discussion is going to go past 6:30. And so if he's here, I'd like to make sure we take care of our duty first.
Well, let's deal with this first, and then we can get on to that, sir.
Thank you.
Let's deal with this issue. I appreciate that. Any other comments before we vote? Please vote to change. Mr. Dyson.
Yep. I guess I do see these two as contradictory, and I would think that if both pass in some form, that the legislators would be very confused, and I suspect some people would have voted to complete repeal and simultaneously, or almost simultaneously, voted for some pretty rational changes. So I do not recommend the repeal. The ensuing discussion will have one of the amendments, a bigger indulgence to discuss another amendment because it weighs upon this decision. A subsequent amendment would ask the legislature to suspend all of the changes that were in SB 91 that are causing problems, and particularly the 5 areas where the support, treatment, supervision, and information have not gotten out. So that would, I think, stop the onerous parts and give a recess and time for all the resources to catch up. So, all right, yeah, I said it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments before we vote? Please vote. Yes vote will change the order of the day. Who can't vote?
If he's here, let's just dispatch him first.
Right. Well, we don't change the order of the day.
Again, if he's here, though, let's just see if he's here.
I'd rather do not personally think.
No, she's agreeing with it. 12A is the appearance.
I know. Okay. I just don't want to. Okay, go ahead if you want to.
I'll ask her the purpose of it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask if Mr. Cavi's here? You are here, okay, thank you.
Is this going to take a few minutes because I can switch to that and deal with that?
I need to get
We have to okay.
Can she vote orally?
She could do the change for
Why don't you? Yeah. Make the motion, change order of the day, take up 12A.
But wait until we take her vote orally, okay?
Okay.
Would you like to ask her if she voted orally?
Ms. LaFrance, could you vote, please, by
Voice vote?
voice vote?
I vote yes.
Madam Clerk? Okay, that was approved.
Mr. Chair, I'd move again to change the order of the day
And take.
to take up item 12A, Assembly Appearance Request.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Not seeing any. That was approved. Item 12A. Mr. Falsey, you have some comments on this one, sir?
So we've taken up 12A, the appearance request regarding...
Request.
Come on up, sir.
I wasn't sure if you had, I'd heard the administration had talked to the people doing this. I didn't know it was you, Bill, or it was Mr. Abbott. It was getting to the airport, construction equipment, I believe.
Lakeshore Drive.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that Ona Browse, the Chief of Staff, reached out on this issue. I'm not aware of how that conversation transpired.
Okay.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. My name is Zachary Kavi, CAWVUI. I am the current president of the Lakeside North Condo Association at 3333 Lakeshore Drive. And my neighbor brought it to my attention, and it's a safety concern that there's been a lot of construction traffic for Lake Hood construction moving down Lakeshore Drive. It's a very residential street. It's an arterial residential street. The concern is just over safety. There's no sidewalk, and many people walk up and down the street. There's no sidewalk between Wisconsin and the gate at Lake Hood. A easy alternative is going down International onto Postmark Drive. It's simpler. There's less stoplights, and it might be a little bit of a longer distance, but the time is relatively the same. Postmark's been open all summer. There was a concern that it might have been closed, and that's why a lot of this construction traffic was diverted. But there's been hundreds and hundreds of dump trucks over the summer coming down the road. It's just not safe, and Postmark's been open all summer. That's a basic concern. There's also concern that they're exceeding the weight limit on the road. It's a 10,000-pound weight limit, and there's easily concrete trucks that weigh, 20, 30,000 pounds going down it too. We're just not sure if it's an airport or a municipal issue on who approved it to go down that way. We just ask that the Muni take up the issue and set it straight and just divert construction traffic down a construction commercial road, not a residential road. So that's all I got.
Okay. Administration, did Ona talk to them, or Mr. Abbott?
Yes, a combination of Jack Frost from Development Services and Stephanie Mormillo from Traffic spoke with two separate project teams that were doing construction on the International Airport property. These were not public jobs. These were private construction jobs on the airport. Both of the jobs, which I think, and both were responsible for some of the traffic that Mr. Covey is talking about, both agreed to shift their traffic from Lakeshore Drive back onto other roads that had less residential conflicts. And I believe that took effect about 10 or 12 days ago.
Okay. Mr. Croft, sir?
Yeah, I've been monitoring that. I think there was even an initial commitment to stop, and then some complaint that it hadn't, and a follow-up, and Kathy Gleason of the Turnagain Community Council was working it, and I was sort of mainly monitoring, but was upset when that. So, sir, how has it been in the last week? We got notice of this sort of 2 weeks ago, and as I said, there was all that stuff. Has it gotten any better?
I believe that it has. The concern is that there's going to be more construction going down through next year and so on, and we just don't want it to happen again.
It should trail off this year, but you're worried it starts again next year, kind of.
Yeah, there's, they're making a couple of hangars over there, and there's some other construction ideas going on.
So that may very well be true. Just be vigilant, and if it comes again, let Mr. Steele and I know that it's happening. Thanks.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, I was under the impression too that it had stopped. I was down there the last few days and didn't see any traffic at all in there, and maybe they finished the job. But as Mr. Croft says, let us know if it picks up again next year.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Now, 9B12 is now in front of us. 9B12 was AR 2017-342. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting amendments to state law to strengthen public safety and to alter the effects of SB 91 passed in 2016.
Move to approve.
Did you guys punch your buttons so the clerk won't be telling me? Make sure they did? Okay, good. So, motion is in front of us to approve this.
Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of
Croft.
amendments. I can start if you want, because I think Mr. Dyson's amendments, our very capable staff appear to have sort of anticipated that and his flow on mine. But my Croft amendment number 1, I'd move it.
Second.
Croft Amendment number 1 has been moved in a second. Do you want to read it, please, Eric?
Yeah, it's very short. The Anchorage Assembly, it adds, it doesn't do anything to whereas, it adds to the therefores a section 3 that says the Anchorage Assembly urges the Alaska court system to revise its current bail schedule to protect the public and prevent repeat offenses. That had been a discussion in a number of the work sessions we've had on this resolution. The bail schedule, I got a copy from Ms. Sinicathino, our municipal prosecutor. I've looked at it some, but I don't, and I see some issues, but I'm not an expert in it. But experts much better than I have said that there's issues with it, at least revising it and looking at it, and particularly with this idea of whether it is adequate to prevent repeat offenses. So this was somewhat of a, we talked about writing a letter possibly, we talked about doing a separate resolution. As long as we were doing this, it seemed appropriate to add it here.
Comments on this from Assembly members? Mr. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Yes, a question for Mr. Croft. So if, hypothetically, they change the bail schedule to protect the public and prevent repeat offenses, are you expecting they're going to significantly increase the bail amounts? And with the remainder of SB 91 going into effect, where if somebody can't afford bail in 7 days, starting in January, they get out anyways, how is that going to be impacted by your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dombrowski and Mr. Chairman. I would expect that they would, we're urging them to move in a certain direction, which is to have an increase of bail for those crimes that we have found people repeating offenses or getting out and threatening public safety. So I would suggest that it should be revised in a way that increases the bail. But we want them to look at it again.
Okay, so the second part of my question is, a key part of SB 91 that's supposed to come into effect in January of 2018, whereas if somebody can't afford bail, they're not kept in jail. So what difference does it make, I guess is what I'm saying?
Well, it would make a difference for a time.
For a week.
And
Do you want me to move on, Mr. Croft?
well, yeah, SB 91, that's part of the problem we have here today. I'm not an expert on the provisions that say that people who can't make bail at all have to be released. That's her characterization of it. Maybe somebody else could say whether that's accurate. But we have talked to a lot of officers and the prosecutors who have said in specific conversations with Ms. Thino that the bail schedule was part of the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Whittleton, sir?
Well, I guess to chime in on that, I mean, I'm not sure, and perhaps if people can't afford the bail, then they might get out, but that's a very small subset of the people subject to bail. So initially, this says you can haul them in and let the magistrate decide what their bail is, and most people can afford it, and then they're impacted by it. So if some can't, well, that's a few people to deal with at that time. So, but I would support this amendment.
Mr. Rivera on the amendment in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to read a quick section from a letter that Mr. Razzo sent to us, and in it he details a little bit about the bail decisions, so I think it's important for us to consider that body's take on this. So in this letter, he talks about the timing of bail decisions and what SB 91 did. So SB 91 invests millions of dollars into a pretrial services program that, for the first time, will provide more information to help inform a judge's bail decision. The previous bail system, in which money was the deciding factor in someone's pretrial release, was letting people go who were dangerous but who had access to money. The new system under SB 91, becoming effective starting in January, will use a risk assessment instrument that has been validated on Alaska's pretrial defendant population to identify factors that predict failure to appear in court and new criminal activity during the pretrial period, and will weigh those factors based on their predictive weight. Use of tools like these results in more informed decisions by judges, not less informed ones. It will also result in supervision of those released pretrial for the first time in Alaska's history, a public safety value add that would disappear if SB 91 were repealed. So I just want to know if how that plays into this amendment, Mr. Croft. Thank you.
Mr. Croft?
Yeah, the development of this bail tool and some of the standards for probation officers have been part of the time delay in 91. And so you're replacing a straight ability to pay with a risk assessment. I do think that's a positive. But I do know there are current problems with the current bail schedule that would apply whether you're assessing on purely need or on a risk assessment. And so it continues to be appropriate to reassess the bail schedule, particularly as you head into this new risk assessment model.
Is that all, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
On the amendment in front of us, sir.
Yes. So in both public comments from the Commissioner of Public Safety, Walt Monaghan, and in private conversations, amongst several components of the problems with the implementation of SB 99 was the fact that the courts have not changed the bail schedule, both to get up speed with the times and the very changes that have happened here. So that has delayed a very useful tool and so on. So I believe Mr. Croft is very right to push on this, and so I encourage a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant, sir, on the amendment in front of us.
Yeah, thank you. And to the question about what changes may come, and to follow on what Mr. Rivera said in a conversation with the Commissioner of Corrections this week, he asserted that there are 60 additional pre-sentencing officers that will be coming on January 1st, whose job it will be specifically to tackle this question of appropriateness of sentencing, bail, pre-sentence issues. And so I think that there's a strong wave of law enforcement that's just about to get on the ground in just really 2 months.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You might want to set your timer for the debate on this bill, because I have a lot to say. Clearly, I've read it.
On this amendment, ma'am?
Yes, on this amendment. So the attachment that I provided every Assembly member in the public to the next resolution actually has the AG's executive summary to the governor. And in that particular document, it clearly says, SB 91 requires that a court revise a person's bail when the person has remained in custody longer than 48 hours due to their inability to post bail, unless the court finds that the bill was appropriately set. But then you have to go to the actual bill, and the actual bill clearly states throughout the bill, the sponsor's statements and comments, he says the inability to pay bail shouldn't be a reason to keep you in jail. So to me, I go back to, what is the point here if SB 91, after 7 days, whether somebody can pay bail or not, lets them out? What's the point? I mean, the idea for me in bail, when I got my criminal justice degree, was it was a tool that the judges use to keep bad people off the streets, right? But now, no matter what, if they can't afford bail 7 days later, I totally see where Mr. Croft's going, and I agree with him, but fundamentally, in SB 91, you have a flaw.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Dunbar, sir, on the amendment in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. So in the testimony we've heard from the testimony, and I think a number of us in private conversations with people in the Anchorage Police Department, the issue with the bail schedule that they have is that people go in and they almost immediately come out, right? And so I think Mr. Croft's amendment has merit, even if you've identified issues that are in 48 hours or in 72 hours or in 7 days. You know, what we are looking for are tools where an Anchorage police officer or some other law enforcement officer can remove someone from a situation and hold them for an appropriate time, or set bail to keep them for 24 hours or 48 hours or what it is. So, and then we can have a broader discussion about the U.S. constitutional requirement to not have excessive bail. But I think let's just keep it to Mr. Croft's amendment. I think it's a meritorious one. Thank you.
Any other comments on the amendment before we vote?
Well, just very briefly, and
Go
I
ahead.
appreciate the background documents. It's, SB 91 is 125-ish pages. On page 11 of her attachment, that is the letter to Governor Walker from the AGs, it says, SB 91 requires that a court revise a person's bail when the person has remained in custody longer than 48 hours due to their inability to post bail, unless the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that bail was appropriately set. So it's not as absolute as was represented. It sort of switches the presumption from staying in to maybe getting out unless you can show this risk assessment would mean it dangerous. So it wouldn't be irrelevant, and it would still be important to get that bail schedule right.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Seeing none, please vote on amendment number 1 for Mr. Croft. Everybody vote? There. That is approved. Mr. Croft?
No, I think
Nothing else? No. Okay. Mr. Dyson, you have some amendments, sir?
I do, and thank you. So I believe you have a document before you. It's titled up in the corner, Dyson number 1, Agenda 9B12. I'd like to break this up into paragraphs and vote on one at a time as it is on the document before you.
Okay. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I move amendment number 1A.
Okay, Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. In a work session, we heard that from our municipal prosecutor that it is possible for a police officer to arrest someone, even on a citation, misdemeanor, or felony, and that they can be jailed and they can have bail set. And what the AS 1225-180 says that very clearly. But the arresting officer has to contact, even telephonically, a magistrate who okays, and then it later is confirmed. So Chief Dahl and Commissioner Walt Monaghan both said that this information is largely not been communicated to the police officers on the street. So all this does is encourage the Commissioner of Public Safety to do all within his power to make sure that the line officers who are interfacing with criminals on the street know the options that they have under existing law. And so that's the reason for doing this. And I believe there's no argument against doing this.
Was Dyson's amendment, who seconded that? Barbara? Mr. Peterson, okay. Comments or questions on Mr. Dyson's amendment? Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make one blanket comment with some of these amendments because as I'm looking at them, essentially what we're doing is we're taking a pile of mud and trying to turn it into an apple pie. I believe, I was being really nice, I believe SB 91 is fundamentally flawed. I have zero to little confidence in the Department of Corrections, frankly, if you've read the paper recently. And I have talked to a number of people in the prosecutor's office. I've talked to a couple of judges. I've talked to probation officers, and I've talked to a number of police officers who tell me, well, publicly I'm not allowed to say anything, but let me tell you what this does. Fundamentally, I think this is a major problem. I'm not going to pretend all these little amendments are going to fix SB 91. It's not. I'll get to my main comments about SB 54 in a little while, but I'm frankly going to stand with the people of Anchorage who say enough's enough. We've made a fundamental mistake. I think there's good parts in SB 91, but what I see before us today, this isn't going to fix the problem. But I applaud the effort.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments on Mr. Dyson's First Amendment? Seeing none, please vote. That was approved 10-1. Mr. Dyson, your Second Amendment?
Yeah, thank you. I move number 1C.
You don't want B?
Negative C.
Okay.
Second. Right.
Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, this is really the heart of my amendments. The other ones are a bit more peripheral. What this says is that until the support and that SB 91 has to have in order to be successful is in place, that the problematic changes brought about SB 91 are suspended or held in abeyance. Specifically, we have the problems that we just talked about, a police officer not knowing the provisions they have, and the magistrates that they would call not being informed about the tools that they have. We have prosecutors who are so backed up that I believe our prosecutor told us that on minor property crimes, if somebody chooses to go to court, it's liable to be 8 months. And in the meantime, they could perpetrate more of the same sort of crimes, because the 91 provision says on property crimes you can't put them in jail till after the second, I think, offense. And conviction, it says. So if it takes 8.5 months for the first conviction, it's just an unintended consequence that needs to be taken. So this amendment puts in suspension those problematic portions of SB 91 until all of the support. So then after the person is jailed or convicted, then we do not have supervision necessary for release, supervised release. We do not have the adequate treatment that's available, and so it's a catch-22. And we have court-ordered treatment for people in our city now that are 4.5 to 7 months a waiting list before they can get in, and they're out on condition that they get treatment, and the treatment isn't available. So this would say that we're encouraging the legislature and the governor to suspend the problematic portions until they can certify that the support and modifications, including the bail stuff, has happened.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Is that quite a little bit like digging a hole, quit digging it? Because you just keep digging a hole, you keep getting deeper. Mr. Whittleton, sir, on this amendment.
Yeah, thanks. I think this gets to the core of something we've heard consistently about SB 91 is we put the cart before the horse, and that we really needed to front load it with these services before everything else kicked in. And this definitely gets to that. I wonder if it can be implemented sensibly, but I would support this. I mean, this has been the most consistent problem we've heard is the implementation of SB 91. Thanks.
Other questions from Assembly members or comments? Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'll say about this is, there is a heavy emphasis on treatment, and I think all of us agree, actually, that that's an important component. But it doesn't do anything. I mean, I'm one of the ones who believes that a big part of the problem with SB 91 foundationally is the reclassification of nearly 60 Class C felonies to Class A misdemeanors. Foundationally, I think that's a problem. And that doesn't have anything to do with treatment. Now, some will say, well, it's people who are addicted to drugs that are committing all these crimes, but not everybody that's committing these crimes is addicted to drugs. So foundationally, if, this is going to suspend the problematic parts of SB 91, I think the only way it works is if it suspends the whole law, frankly.
Thank you, ma'am. Other comments from Assembly members before we vote? Anything else, Mr. Dyson? I saw you're on here.
Yeah.
Before we vote, anything?
Yeah, thank you. There was, in 1980, when most of our drug laws were put in place, the governor at the time set up the Controlled Substance Advisory Board. It never met, but their job was to continue to monitor what's going on with drugs, the health effects, the social impacts, treatment, and so on. Finally, I played some small part in getting that going, but we found out that there were really silly things in our drug laws, probably put in place by people on my end of the political spectrum who wanted to beat their chest and talk about being tough on crime. And some 60% of the people in our prisons now have not had any assault. Many of them, it is on drug laws that are silly. One of the things there that this changes, the previous law said any amount of any of these Schedule III drugs, you're guilty of a felony. That means if one of you's teenage kid had somebody in your car and they dropped some crystals of meth on the floor and cops found it, any amount, whoever was in control of that vehicle is guilty of a Class C felony with no evidence that they used it and no evidence of distribution. This bill changes that to some reasonable things there. That's where a whole bunch of this is. I may say that Mr. Dunbar worked with my office on structuring this stuff and getting rid of it. He did a brilliant job. The criminal attorneys in the Department of Law immediately got their hair on fire, were flapping around the chandeliers with their knickers in a knot.
He'll provide text later if you don't understand what he's saying. Go ahead, Fred.
But it just showed the ridiculousness of some of those. So to characterize those long overdue changes as being a serious detriment to public safety, I think is erroneous. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this amendment? Seeing none, please vote on the amendment. That was approved 9-2. Mr. Dyson, your third one?
Yeah, thank you.
Move to approve.
We don't know which one he's moving yet.
I'm sorry. The next one on the list, right?
Negative. You guys
It might not be. Mr.
right.
Dyson, your next one, sir?
Withdraw.
All right, move 1B.
1D?
B, Baker.
B. 1B, okay.
Bravo.
Backward.
Second.
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, thank you. This just more firmly states the treatment piece, and that because of the overriding concern about public safety, that prisoners not be released or they're considered a risk to public safety, not be released if they can't go immediately to treatment. I said that poorly, but you just understand. We've got to have the treatment in place before we release a risky criminal. I visited one of the better programs, Mr. Constance area, that's working with street people there, and the director said, we've got a real problem with people who have been convicted of drug offenses and are released, and they're not getting into treatment, and they're doing business on this street and with the people we're trying to help. So this all just asks, or directs them that we think, got to get the treatment in place before you turn the people loose.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. On Mr. Dyson's amendment number 1B, any comments? 1B. 1B. He moved 1B instead of 1D, he moved 1B, Barbara.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
That's all right, ma'am. Any comments from Mr. Simmons? Mr. Constant, on 1B.
Just one word, amen.
We don't get into religion here. It's an inside joke. Any other comments on this amendment from the body? Seeing none, please vote on this amendment. That was approved 10-1. Mr. Dyson, do you want to try 1D now?
Roger?
Go ahead,
Second.
sir.
All right. A number of the critics, the thoughtful critics of the situation we're in, have very clearly shine a light on the fact that we didn't get the pieces in place to make this work before it happened. And I spent a lot of time working on this stuff, and the other states that have done it were very, very clear with their public safety, health and human services people that this solution is front-end loaded. If you don't invest the money in the treatment and the supervision and so on, it's not going to work. There is the general experience of the other states that have gone down this road is very positive. Over 20% reduction in recidivism and some reduction in the teens or better of the overall crime rate and a reduction in the number of people that are incarcerated. But without the treatment component, the very advanced screening and the supervision, it can't work. So whoever said we got the cart before the horse, exactly right. What it takes to make this work is not only good law, but the implementation of it. So this paragraph anticipates that we're going to run into this problem some more, that a vital link here will go in the ditch and not be working. So it asks that when that happens, any one of the links here happens, that the governor put together a task force of the people who have skin in the game and knowledge and authority to solve it, rather than letting it drift. I probably worded this poorly and explained it poorly, but we're trying to anticipate that these kind of mismanagements will happen in the future and head them off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Just for the record, Mr. Dyson moved this forward. I seconded this, Madam Clerk. Just so the record's clear.
And this is motion amendment number 1D.
1D.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Dyson, it's much like building a car. You build a beautiful car, but you don't put the right engine and transmission in it, you might as well not put it on the road. Unfortunately, they didn't and put this on the road. We're now the one that have to deal with the problems with it. Other comments on Mr. Dyson's Amendment 1D? Seeing none, please vote. That is approved 10-1. We're now on the main motion as amended. Are there any other amendments?
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. Bear with me. I wanted our whereas section to be amended because I think there's some over-enthusiastic and a bit flamboyant statements that will impeach our veracity. And so I believe that the ACLU did a far better job than I did of making some small but important modifications to the whereas statement. And please indulge me. I believe Mr. Croft has done some work on this, but my intention is to modify that.
Mr. Dyson, so is that your amendment number 2?
Yes.
Do you want to read what it is?
No.
Okay, you moved amendment number 2.
Is there a second on amendment number 2?
Second.
Mr. Constant, do you want to read amendment number 2?
Thank you.
So the purpose of the amendment, following a letter from the ACLU dated September 28, 2017, and submitted with an AIM, these amendments serve to align the whereas paragraphs of the resolution with recommendations from the ACLU, which I believe are more accurate statements. Adding new language and deleting current language. Amend beginning at page 1, line 6, as follows. Whereas Senate Bill 91 was signed into law on July 15, 2016 with the stated goal to, and add, implement evidence-based pretrial practices, focus prison beds on serious and violent offenders, strengthen supervision and interventions to reduce recidivism, ensure oversight and accountability, and advance crime victim priorities. Reduce jail time for nonviolent offenders, and use the savings to invest in the probation programs and drug and alcohol treatment. And whereas, in written testimony opposing the bill, the Director of the Office of Victim Rights and others took issue with, criticized many aspects of SB 91, including and reducing the penalties for, the weakening of punishments, violating conditions of release or probation, a change to probation or treatment monitoring tools, and the extreme a limit on sentences for first strike and possibly second time offenders. And whereas over the last year, we have heard concerns, it has become clear that some provisions of SB 91 make it difficult, or impossible for law enforcement officers and prosecutors to protect the public from or to deter certain categories of misdemeanor crimes. The whole next whereas is struck, whereas the state of Alaska has not met its commitment to use money saved from reduced jail time to support new and expanded programs, probation programs, or increased drug and alcohol treatment, and whereas the state of Alaska has in fact reduced its funding for alcohol and drug treatment, and has dramatically reduced state budgets for the Department of Public Safety, Law, and Corrections, leading to inadequate numbers of state prosecutors and troopers, state troopers and prosecutors, and whereas, the errors in SB 91 combined with the lack of probation and treatment programs have contributed to serious public safety problems in Anchorage and the rest of the state, and whereas, the Alaska Legislature, Criminal Justice Commission, has proposed recommendations, to the legislature resulting in SB 54 to address the concerns, including a specific provision to allow enforcement of violations of conditions of release, VCRs. And that's the amendment.
I've got Mr. Wilton, Mr. Croft. Mr. Wilton on the amendment in front of us.
Oh, no, not on that one. I have a minor amendment when we're done with this.
Okay. Mr. Croft on the amendment in front of us.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was talking to you, Mr. Chairman. Could you repeat that, Mr. Constant? No,
if you want.
I did want to object to this, but it may be simpler, and at the end to just make this change, and I'll withdraw my name as a sponsor. I guess I wanted to key on three aspects of this. As you just heard, it's relatively long. In the second whereas, it says it deletes the extreme limit on sentences for first-time misdemeanors. And as the body knows, I served as a prosecutor for 2 years prosecuting misdemeanors. And what this bill does a tremendous amount of things, often I think very misguided, but one of the ones they did was cap misdemeanors, first-time misdemeanors, at 30 days. Now, they had evidence that sounds right to me, I believe it's accurate, that the vast majority of times you don't charge a misdemeanor over 30 days, that is, when it's a first time. Because there's a lot of things you can do with somebody who just made a mistake, who suspended imposition of sentence, all suspended time, diversion programs. There seemed to be a supposition in this bill that this group invented that kind of discretion, and nobody was using it before they said it. And so hearing that the vast majority of prosecutors already don't put anywhere near 30 days of jail time on a first-time misdemeanor, they capped it at 30 days. You didn't save any money when you did that. It was extreme, and it was extremely stupid, in my opinion, because if your evidence was that you didn't do that the vast majority of times, your savings are illusory. You didn't save any money. It's like, I compared it to one constituent talking about, if I want to save my grandmother on gas in her car, and I put a 30-mile-per-hour regulator, she doesn't drive over 30 miles an hour. You're not saving anything. But what it did, and the reason extreme should stay here, is as a prosecutor, that 1 in 20, 1 in 50, 1 in 100, where it needed it, it demanded it, you took it away. That's insane. And extreme. I think extreme, I should have said insane instead of extreme. The second point is on the fourth whereas. You're deleting the section that says the state of Alaska has not met its commitment to use money saved from reduced jail time to support new and expanded probation programs or increased drug and alcohol treatment. Specifically on drug and alcohol treatment, does anyone think that's wrong? Is there well, we're not in public testimony, but I'd submit nobody has come forward and said anything but they absolutely did that. So why delete it? Because it embarrasses the legislature, or because, I mean, it's certainly not deleting it because it's lack of truth, as you intimated, Mr. Dyson, that some of these things were inaccurate, and I'm saying your deletion is inaccurate, or it deletes a factual statement. And finally, on the very last whereas, and it's most, I guess, offensive to me, this deleted the part about VCRs, violations of conditions of release. And in the ACLU's letter, what they said about it was, you delete that because law enforcement, quote, has nothing to do with recommendations regarding violation of conditions of release, rather it pertains to magistrates' legal authority to detain pending bail. In other words, they went to the bail hearing. But absolutely, 91 had huge restrictions on VCRs, and Seneca Thano testified to it, and I've seen them and know what they are. For those who don't, right, a VCR, condition of release, is the things you tell somebody when you're going to let them out on bail. Don't have contact with that victim. Don't drink alcohol. Don't do these things. And then the other side of that coin is once you've convicted them, those are called conditions of probation, right? So probation or release. And one of the things 54 does is fix that problem, or try to, or move in that direction. So why would you delete that when it's clearly true? And what the ACLU did is a lawyer trick. It says, this doesn't have anything to do with bail. Well, I didn't say it did. I said it had to do with VCRs, conditions of release, and they simply don't address that. So in at least these three provisions, I think we were accurate and the ACLU is inaccurate or taking away accurate things. It may be easiest, though, to just, it's a resolution, so to some extent, we're getting worked up about the letter we write to the legislature.
Let's discuss this matter because I think you've got some points.
And he's still got the floor.
Yeah,
Greg?
thank you. And with the other provisions that were adopted, many or maybe all that I supported, but it's become a very different thing than I wrote, and so I would move that my name be withdrawn from this resolution.
Madam Clerk? Thank you. Anything else on this amendment? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I, too, have trouble with specifically the fourth whereas. I don't have the same passion that Mr. Croft does because I do see the broader implications, but I can show evidence that there have been broad cuts to the substance abuse and behavioral health providers in both the Department of Corrections and in the Department of Health and Human Services. And so the safety net that was supposed to be funded, in my opinion, and I can show evidence this has not been funded, and a change to that whereas does, I think, in a pretty broad and sweeping way, take a statement that's pretty clear and makes it obfuscatory.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Dyson made a number of very good amendments, I believed, over the just did 4 amendments or so. I'm going to oppose this particular one, even though there are elements in here that I do support. There's some language in here that I support, but there are other points on. It's a quite detailed amendment that changes a lot of different parts of the resolution. So part of my issue is just a process issue, and I know Mr. Dyson was out of town for a little while, and we were all kind of scrambling to work on this project. But we went through a number of hearings on this, and I just feel like we're a little bit late in the process to make these kind of changes when there's so many different kinds. Now, Mr. Dyson already made some very large and substantive changes to the by adding these sections at the end, but they're sort of self-contained, whereas this is kind of scattered through the throughout the resolution. Again, there are parts of this amendment that I support and parts that I don't, but sort of weighing that against the process we've gone through, I'm going to oppose this particular amendment and support the underlying resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of good ideas here, but this is not a work session, and I think we need to hash it out in a work session, although I know that time is of the essence to get this down to Juneau at the appropriate time. But there were some good suggestions, but if we just send out what we're passing here without any editing, unless we can give somebody the responsibility to do it, I'm afraid that that it's something that I can't support. And so I'm concerned about the contradictions in it and whether it really says what we had, the testimony that we heard, and what we had talked about in terms of a measure going forth. So I've got a problem with it, and I have to decide what I'm going to do with it.
Mr. Dyson, on your amendment, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I apologize. I probably should have read the ACLU thing more carefully. My original amendments to the whereas session didn't cover as much ground. My objection on when the whereas that says that the state hasn't taken the savings and invested it, to me was not logical, because there have been no savings, and it will be several years before there are. What is a true statement is the state has not funded the resources that have to be put in place. I'm sorry to have offended Mr. Croft. I still think some of the statements are more flamboyant than they need to be, but I'm withdrawing this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Who was the second on that, Mr. Constant? Will you withdraw your second?
Yes.
First and second withdrew. That amendment's dead. It's not going anywhere. Sorry, gone. So we have back in front of us the item as amended. Are there any other amendments? John, Mr. Whittleton.
It's a really small one, might be too trivial, but just on the last whereas on the first page, I'd like to see it whereas the current version of SB 54. And the few times I've tracked legislative bills, you can look and a month later, it is nothing like that first one. And I just, we've got legislators here who would know better than me. But
So it's to do what, sir?
Just to add on that, line 31, whereas, comma, the current version.
Okay.
So say the current version of SB 54.
Well, second by Ms. Dabowski. Any comments on that amendment? Any objection to that amendment? Not seeing any of that amendment's approved. We now have in front of us the document item 9B12 as amended. Any comments before we vote on it? Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
I will keep my comments brief. As I've reviewed SB 54 and I've watched the process unfold, I do think SB 54 will make nominal, very small, positive gains to this bill. I'm not going to vote to support this resolution, and the reason I'm not is because I fundamentally think SB 91 is flawed. If you look at the goal of SB 91, the goal of SB 91 was to reduce the prison population. It was not to reduce crime. And, I mean, you can read the commission notes, you can talk to the sponsors, you can read SB 91. Clearly, it does that. And I think by giving our basically stamp of approval to the legislature on SB 54, I think it'll give them an excuse not to go further, frankly. And I think it'll give them the political capital they need to cover their hide and say, look, we fixed it, when I fundamentally don't think this is going to fix the bill. I think this is only going to address a very small portion of the bill. So I won't support an assembly resolution saying that we think this is a fix, because I clearly don't.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dunbar, sir.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I have some more comments for the next resolution. This is not a small or cosmetic change. There are some substantive changes in SB 54. And furthermore, with the changes that Mr. Croft recommends at the end, they become even more substantive. And then now we've got an even stronger resolution with Mr. Dyson's language. So I think this is a strong resolution, a strong message to the legislature that we want you to take this step past SB 54. And then let's talk about other issues as well. Let's talk about staffing. Let's talk about treatment. Let's talk about the bail schedule. Let's talk about the opioid crisis. This is a very complicated issue. But SB 54, I believe, is a step in the right direction, and so I urge support of this resolution.
Mr. Rivera, sir, on this document as amended in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to repeat Mr. Dunbar's salient points. I agree with him. I think we've heard from both sides on this issue in pretty equal proportion. In fact, since this meeting, checking my email, we received about an equal amount of emails supporting this resolution and then supporting full repeal. So there's obviously a big divide in the community on what we should be doing here. So it'll be, I think, up to the legislature to listen to all of that and in the end decide. I think from a policy perspective, we need to avoid continued shocks to the system. And so during our Saturday briefing, someone brought up Sweden. So I have actually a good quote that sort of covers that topic. And I'll just read from the person who led the charge for criminal justice reform in Sweden. There's a lot of anger among the Swedish public when it comes to crime and criminals. But regardless of what public opinion may be at any one time, whatever you do in the justice sector, you have to take a long-term perspective. You cannot try something one day and then change it to something else the next day. That would be completely useless. The system in our sector is set up to implement long-term strategies and stick to them. So with this resolution and with SB 54, we are making certain number of changes that, as Mr. Dunbar said, are substantive. Talking about shocks to the system, I think we all know this. We've heard the number, but I think it bears repeating that 80 to 90% of crime, again, that's 80 to 90% of crime, is drug-related. So that's why treatment on this resolution is at the top. It's section 1. It's the most important. It's first and foremost. And I think it's important it remains that way. So, Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. I think it's important that we send a clear and strong message to Juneau. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have 10 minutes left, and then we're going to vote. Mr. Wilton and then Ms. LaFrance.
Okay, I'll talk fast. One thing, I had someone come up and ask about process, and I just wanted to make clear for anyone who hasn't been involved, but on Saturday we had 4 hours of testimony here on this, and then in the prior weeks we had testimony at work sessions and committee meeting on this. Plus we've had community council meetings, and there was what the legislators had at town hall. So we have taken a lot of input on this. So if it looks like we're just discussing amongst ourselves without public input, that is incorrect. In my year and a half, we've had more input on this than anything I've dealt with by far. So I really appreciate that from everyone. My view, as I've learned about this, is the Senate Bill 91 is transformational to our criminal justice system. We had a system that simply wasn't working ever since statehood, and we had people look at it, and it wasn't, we weren't the first people. They looked at places where they've done the same kind of reform before and tried to emulate it. It was rolled out very poorly, as we've discussed, but it's huge, and even if it was rolled out properly, it is so big you would expect that there would be changes. There will always be changes. And I think SB 54 is coming out fairly quickly. I mean, this is SB 91 has just been implemented, and very quickly we have a special session of the legislature to go look at fixes because the mistakes are evident, and they're going to fix it. So I think I'm glad to see there will be changes, and I think our input is valuable. So I definitely support this. Thank you.
Ms. French, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, Mr. Croft, are you back on since that amendment didn't pass?
Mr. Croft, you have to state whether you're on it or off of it. Your choice, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Cheney talked to me in the session. We never acted on it, so I guess I'm still on, barring any more motions.
That meets the definition. The clerk is happy.
Thank you.
Anything else, John?
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Weddleton's comments that criminal justice reform is a very big effort, and it will be ongoing, and we can probably expect in the future more of these kinds of discussions as well. I believe it's true what you pointed out, Mr. Dunbar, that it's a strong resolution, it sends a strong message, and our local law enforcement and prosecutors have identified areas of SB 91 that need to be improved. And I believe that this resolution strengthens SB 54, which will do that. So I will be voting in support.
Thank you. There are no other comments, so I'll join in. Normally I don't to the end, but John, we've spent more time face-to-face in a public hearing than I guarantee the legislature has with the constituents, because they're here. We have 65% of all the state's population here. This is where they need to be at, talking to the constituents. They're not going to be doing that. It'll be in Juneau meeting. We've spent the time face-to-face. We've heard the people's comments. And we go to community councils, and that's the one thing we keep hearing, is the way crime is affecting our constituents, the citizens of this town. Hopefully this will help the state. I hope they listen to what we're trying to tell them. Let's vote on this. Please vote. That was approved 10-1. Amy, do you want to take our dinner break now because the Filipino community will go to yours? Let's go to item 911B, ma'am.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not hidden my feelings about SB 91. I took a lot of time and effort to write the resolution, and I really tried to support my argument with not only fact but logic and to represent the will of the community. Overwhelmingly, we've had hours of testimony on this, and not even close. The majority of the people testifying have said unequivocally, repeal SB 91, support the repeal of SB 91. Now, with those comments, multiple people who supported the repeal of SB 91 also pointed out some things that were good in SB 91. And I think it's important that we do that. I think the increased mandatory minimum sentences for murder and sex offenses is a good thing in SB 91. Expanded victims' rights and notice requirements to victims is a good thing in SB 91. Expanded definition for arson to include vehicles on private property, that's a good thing in SB 91. There's been testimony about sex worker protections within SB 91 and also within the red stripes that are on driver's license. I think those are all good things in SB 91. However, if you followed this bill as it was going through the legislature, there were some dire warnings that were sent to the legislature from multiple law enforcement agencies and victim rights groups. In fact, I'm going to say this in the record because I think it is important. The Office of Victims' Rights, the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, the Alaska Association of Chiefs of Police, the Alaska Peace Officers Association, the North Pole Police Department, Victims for Justice, and the Public Safety Employees Association, as well as Standing Together Against Rape, criticized many aspects of SB 91, including the weakening of punishments for violating conditions of release or probation, the lack of probation or treatment monitoring tools, and the extreme limit on sentences for first and possibly second-time misdemeanors, stating that, and I'm going to quote, they were unconscionable to jeopardize public safety and place all Alaskan citizens at risk. That wasn't me saying it. That was people in the profession, law enforcement profession. We've heard comments from judges, we've heard comments from prosecutors, I've heard comments from probation officers. There's real issues, fundamental flaws in this bill. And people can agree or disagree on what parts and pieces were good, but fundamentally, what we've seen we've seen the legislature prioritize criminals over law-abiding citizens' public safety. It's very direct for me to say that. I don't know how any other way to say it, though. When I look at the Attorney General's letter, the very first sentence of his letter to the governor, SB 91 limits the use of incarceration in all phases of criminal justice process. So when my esteemed colleague from Eagle River says that Class C felonies that have been declassified, it's all drug-related, I want to remind you of what Andy Josephson said. He's a representative from Anchorage who made a comment, who was also, like Mr. Croft, a prosecutor. He made a comment on the House floor saying there are parts of this bill that are just crazy. Now, that's my word, not his. But he said you can take a gun and shoot it at somebody's house, and now it's listed under SB 91 as a nonviolent offense. It's not my words. It's his. So I go back to, fundamentally, when we look at the goal of SB 91, read the commission report, listen to their audio, listen to the sponsor statements. It is consistent coming back to one theme, and one theme only. It is to reduce the prison population and try to save money. How much money have we saved? I would argue none. I would argue we've shifted the cost to private citizens who are being victimized weekly, if not daily. We had one woman testify in 7 months' time. She had one vehicle torched in her yard, the other vehicle stolen. It's one person. And we all know the thousands of alerts that we see every day about vehicles being stolen. So I fundamentally think this bill is flawed, but my proposition would be, let's point out what the concerns were, let's repeal it in its totality, and then subsequently come right back at it with the good parts of SB 91. Mr. Croft has been eloquent in his statements in saying we kind of put the cart before the horse. I agree with him 100%. And fundamentally, I believe this is a flawed piece of legislation. I've listened to some other members make the comment that, I've heard this person tell this to me, I've heard this person testify and tell me this, I've read this letter, I've talked to this. But the fundamental lack that I'm hearing, and I know there are members that have read the whole bill, cover to cover multiple times, but the fundamental thing that I keep hearing is what people have told them, not what they've actually read. And I think that's a problem. I'm going to make one amendment to mine, just in case by some act of God, and yes, I do reference God, that this were to pass. I would like to have an inclusion in that. So if you'll just bear with me for 1 second, it's a very short amendment. But under the good parts of SB 91, so page 3, I have a list. I would like to add item E, which would read, license/ID alcohol restrictions, in parentheses, red lines, added as an optional condition of probation or parole.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
So I think that's just one of those things to emphasize in SB 91. I think this was an improvement made to the red stripe law, and I think it's a tool that judges could use if somebody came before them, and they could add it as a condition of release, basically saying, listen, you tend to smack around your girlfriend or boyfriend when you're on alcohol. I don't want you touching alcohol. I think it's a good thing. So I would like that to be part of the resolution, even if it fails. So people can go back and say, they did contemplate some of the good things in the bill.
Mr. Bowski, the clerk requests that you read it slowly one more time.
Sure, I have it in writing for you too.
That's even better.
Yeah, so it'll be line 21, page 3. A new bullet point will be E, license/ID alcohol restrictions, parens, red lines, added as an optional condition of probation or parole.
Okay. Mr. Dyson, on the amendment in front of us. Thank you. On Mr. Bowski's amendment, Mr. Dyson? Mr. Constant, on the amendment in front of us.
I'm in queue to speak on the main amendment.
Okay. Mr. Dunbar, on the amendment in front of us.
No, I'm speaking to the main motion.
Okay. Mr. Wells, on the amendment in front of us.
Nothing.
No comments. Please vote on the amendment in front of us. That's approved 11-0, Mr. Bowski. Are you done, ma'am? Because I've got other Assembly members that want to comment on the main document.
I am going to want to jump back at the end just for my closing remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Constant, sir, on the document in front of us as amended.
Thank you, sir. And I'm going to take the privilege to read a letter from a constituent, and I'll be very swift. I will be swift. Just parts. I have it underlined. The state literally can no longer afford to house the problems of society. Prisons designed to punish and not rehabilitate. Privatization schemes have only made things worse. The system before SB 91 is in fact what created our current situation. Every generation was giving us more and more addicts. They're not being rehabilitated. They're turning away. They were not turning away from crime. And the opioid epidemic has brought the situation to a cataclysmic head. Continuing the prison and release cycle was putting more and more folks every year on the street or in jail. After decades of this system, we have a huge backlog of people that just went into prison and got out. No problem solved. It just kept getting worse. Some folks looked down the line and saw that if we did not change something, we're going to start having problems that the rest of the country is having. That's correct. Years before our current problems became apparent, the same problems had begun to exist in other states. And in every other state, the repeat imprison release system was not solving the problem. So some people got together and pointed out that you can't fix an addiction problem by putting people in prison where they continue to get high. We were more or less giving them 3 meals a day, but nothing else. Many Alaskans now feel that SB 91 hasn't solved anything and that we should at least put criminals in jail so that our streets are not overrun with crime. I get it. But the system that existed before would have ultimately led to the same thing. The old system was literally creating addicts who've been to prison and therefore could not get jobs. So we have a population that's addicted and has no resource, and every year more and more of them would be on the street. Eventually, we'd end up where we are now, unless we do something different. So they passed SB 91. The idea being that if we don't start actually solving the problem, we would end up in the same position that every other state now finds themselves in. However, money got in the way. We passed SB 91 intending to deal with the problems of addiction, but instead the elected leaders decided not to fully fund it. We were supposed to release and treat the problems of addiction. Instead, we released them and that was it. What I'm saying is repealing SB 91 will lead us back to the system that actually created our current problems. Sure, the current situation is not okay. Something must be done. A full repeal will not fix our situation in time. The addicts are back on the streets and stealing again, and every year we add a few more. We don't have to repeal SB 91, we have to enact it in full. Alaskans hate it, but if you want a respectful, harmonious society, you're going to have to pay for it.
Mr. Dyson, did you have a comment on this document as amended in front of us?
Negative.
Okay. Just thought I'd check, Fred. Forrest, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep my comments brief as well. I think we have sent a strong message to the legislature that we have concerns about public safety, and we want them to pass SB 54, perhaps even a strengthened version of SB 54. I was at a community council meeting last week, or perhaps the week before, and there was a conservative member of the legislature there who I won't name, but they had voted against SB 91 because they were worried that it was an omnibus measure that tried to do too many things at once. Now, SB 91, part of it went into effect in July of 2016, and parts of it are still going into effect. But this same conservative member of the legislature said they didn't support full repeal for the exact same reason, because it was an omnibus, because pulling everything out at the same time would create all kinds of unintended consequences, and in the same way would change too many things too quickly. And so this member of the legislature, supported SB 54 instead. And that is what we did with the previous resolution, and I think that is the more appropriate course of action, and I think that is what will actually lead to improved public safety in Anchorage. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilton, sir, on the document as amended in front of us.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks. You know, it's clear to all of us before all these discussions started that we have crime in Anchorage, that it's been growing crime in Anchorage, and that we're getting fed up with crime in Anchorage, and it seems very relentless. It just constantly we're getting hit with it. And we had people talk to us about family members getting killed by people who should have been in jail. We hear about people with their cars stolen, people frustrated that they know every night someone's checking their car door to see what's in there. They're getting their bikes stolen, and they have simply had enough. And it really, in a very simple way, it came home to me. A friend of mine said, you know, John, it's just not fun in Anchorage anymore. And this is bad news for our city. And people have shown that frustration in our work sessions and our public hearings on this. And I'm with them. I mean, I want to not just do this. I want to climb the tallest tree and just holler that it's a new day and we're coming down hard on these people tomorrow and things are going to change. But revoking SB 91 won't do that. We had crime before. We'll have crime again. And I want to do that, but I won't. You know, I want to stomp my foot, but I won't. It wouldn't be fair to the people of Anchorage. I think SB 91 has a lot of good in it. It has a lot of bad in it. It hasn't worked. But I think it's better to do what is clearly in process very quickly for the bill of this size. They're jumping in to fix it. I mean, this was transformational. I mean, I don't know this stuff. It's been education for me, but I've read SB 91 twice and gone through it, and it's a lot of legal jargon, and I know I don't comprehend even a third of it, but it's very clear that it is huge what it does. And the people worked on this for many years, and it was a bipartisan effort, and that in Juneau is unheard of. Who does that? So I'm afraid if we would say repeal this, it will not be revisited. I think these were very courageous legislators who did this, and I don't know that we have that now. I think after seeing this beat up, no one's going to touch it again, and we will be back to a system that has simply failed. It wasn't working. We need to stick with SB 91 and make the changes that SB 54 recommends, and what we recommend I think will strengthen it substantially. And I suspect when the gang gets back to Juneau, they'll find some more fixes, and we'll move forward, and we'll have a better system over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The whole purpose of our hearing and our look at SB 91 was to hear what the problems were with it. I think the document that we have produced, although not totally coherent, I think there's probably some contradictions in it by the time we get it done, but I think we need to send it forward to Juneau as our input. After all, it's their responsibility to fix it or not. And I would like to see if the writer of the letter that Mr. Constant read would give us approval. I would like to attach that to what we send such that they get both conversations, and hopefully with those as products to work from, that they can come up with a better bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Dombrowski, Dick has handed me the gavel here so I can call on him. Do you want me to call on him first or call on you first?
Whatever he prefers.
Okay.
You can call on me first. She can have the last word on
Mr. Trainee?
Part of the reason for approving this one is to give our legislators in Juneau some courage. Because quite frankly, in the environment they're in, sometimes they don't have the courage to do what needs to be done. To reverse this completely has to admit you made a mistake the first time. And that's hard for anybody to do, ourselves included. So I'm going to support this because quite frankly, I think it's a flawed document. I have a few sons that are state prosecutors, and I've had talks with them on this. SB 91 is hamstringing our prosecutors from putting these bad people in jail where they need to belong for a long period of time. If they won't do that, if they won't listen to the constituents, repeal 91, then we've got some amendments in 54 that will help it. But still, the only way when you've got a flawed document is just to get rid of it and start over again. As painful as it is, we need to do that. So I'll be voting to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in my closing remarks, I want to thank the Assembly for doing what it appears many have not done, and that was taking a full Saturday, 4 hours, I guess, half a Saturday, and listening to the concerns of the constituents. And Mr. Croft, at the public safety meeting, I really was impressed with how you just shuffled things around, and you said to the public, we want to hear what you have to say about this document and about what's going on. And it really showed your empathy, and it showed how much you truly recognize how serious this issue is. So I want to say thank you to the members of the body for bringing this topic up and allowing the public to engage. This is a big issue. There's no doubt about it. One of the biggest frustrations I've had following this topic, I'm not one of the lawyers on the body, though sometimes, I do go toe-to-toe with them. But being somebody who studied the criminal justice system and spent 4 years at UAA doing it, I recognize there's no perfect pill for anything. And you hear people say that with omnibus bills all the time. Fundamentally, though, we do have to look at what was behind it, what was the goal of it, and did it achieve its goal? I'm here to tell you SB 91 achieved its goal. Its goal was to reduce the prison population. But at what cost? That's the question. At what cost? I've heard some people say, well, we just can't repeal it because it's going to create a problem. Well, I know legislators that are incredibly smart. You can repeal it, you can have delayed effective dates, you can have concurrent legislation that comes in and does what you need it to do as the stopgap measure, or to replace it. Absolutely. It's a false argument when they say they can't repeal it. So it's challenging to me. The other aspect I hear is when people compare this to Texas. Folks, this is not the same thing that Texas did. I don't care what Pew tells you, I don't care what legislators tell you, it's not. Go back and look at the FBI statistics for Texas and look at their crime rates. Look at violent crime and tell me it's gone down. You can't. So the challenge we have with SB 91, this is a fundamental decision. And I'm sorry to tell you, it breaks my heart to say this, but I feel the Alaska legislature has failed you. They failed me. They failed my children. I feel that tonight the Anchorage Assembly is going to do the same thing, and for that, I am sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from Assembly members on the document in front of us? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes. They all say yes.
Got to vote, Amy. You can vote for your colleagues, though. Just push your buttons.
Dick, you have to vote.
Dick, would you reset this, please?
Okay. Reset the vote.
Okay. Now.
We ready?
Yes.
Please vote. SAP hit this thing too, I think. Don't tell me we've got to reset it again. You want to take a voice vote?
Well, I have, I just, I can't record it.
So do you want to do a voice vote?
Would you like to do a voice vote?
We'll do a voice vote, Madam Clerk. Please do it. That's fine. We have a technical problem.
Hold on.
So I have the vote here. If it's pre-populated it, and now I'm ready to record it, then it won't be recorded. I could say this again. From and say this. If I go to the vote here, it won't let me record it. That's not. I could. You want me to do that? I'll go ahead and do it. Okay. All right. IT
Madam
has
Clerk?
advised me to reset it again. So could you please put start voting and then have everybody re-vote?
Okay, third time's the charm. If you voted no, please change your vote. We'll get this to work out.
Click that one again.
Which one?
Whichever one you want to vote for.
Are you sure?
Let me do a voice vote, Barbara. Do you have the equipment to do it? We're going to do a voice vote. Do you want my copy?
That's what I was looking for.
You ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Mr. Trainee,
Yes.
Mr. Constant,
No.
Mr. Croft,
Yes.
Ms. Demboski,
Yes.
Mr. Dyson,
No.
Ms. LaFrance,
No.
Mr. Dunbar,
No.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
Mr. Rivera,
No.
Mr. Steele,
No.
Mr. Weddleton.
No.
Vote was 3 to 8.
Yes, sir.
Vote was 3 to 8. That does not go forward. Let's take our dinner break now, and then we'll come back and finish what we polled, and we'll get on with the rest of the agenda.
I've got the right vote.
We've got about
Record it.
15 minutes, so please
Yeah.
take your dinner break and come back. Last time, we had pulled two other items on the consent agenda. One item was pulled by Mr. Dunbar. It's 9F8, Resolution AR 2017-336, deals with school buses, and that was set for public hearing on 10/24. Mr. Dunbar?
Move to approve.
Moved to introduce.
Sorry, move to
Second.
introduce.
Is there a third? I need a third. Third. Forrest?
Yeah, so 9F8 is one of those, seemingly uncontroversial issues where we're basically acting as a financier to help the school district purchase school buses. And ordinarily this would just pass through, but as you may have heard, Pete and I have been dealing a lot with school buses recently. And, in that process, there have been a number of claims made by the municipality and by the school district that they are going to start purchasing better buses, basically buses with less fumes, buses that are more energy efficient, probably not electric buses yet, but perhaps natural gas buses or buses that at least have better sort of catalytic converters and other kinds of efficiency and reduction in fumes. So I sent a request for information sort of through the clerk's office to the school district, and the answer they gave me was basically just their RFP, which was not really what I was asking for. Is there anyone from the school district here that can speak to this?
This is just to set up for public hearing for us. There would be nobody here.
Okay. So, to be clear, what's that?
I'm confused what we're doing.
We're just setting this for public hearing. But he wanted to pull it, so we give him a few minutes to pull it. This is just to set this for public hearing, sir.
Okay.
Do you have a problem with it being on the 24th?
No. I'm sorry. I was a little bit confused, and I thought we were passing it through today. If we're saying for public hearing on the 24th, totally fine. Thank you.
Any problems with approval of this item? Not seeing, Madam Clerk, that introduction, that the item is approved by 3 for introduction, Madam Clerk. The next one you pulled, Forrest, was item
9F19.
9F19 is same memorandum AM 718-2017 Planning and Zoning Commission appointments.
So I would like to move 9F19A. Move to approve 9F19A.
Point of order. That's already been approved on the consent agenda, right?
So the clerk informs me that I need to do this now. I'm doing this at the request of the clerk and of the administration.
Through the chair, it's unclear. We pulled 9F19, and 9F19A is a child of that. If we don't move to approve it, it could be argued that it wasn't approved. So to keep the record clear, we'd like to have a motion on 9F19A.
What is 9F19A?
But again, this is just for introduction.
It's to appoint some people to planning and zoning.
Do you need a second?
I'm
We'd hear on the
confused.
24th.
I'm confused with the A part. I know what 9F19 is. I don't see an A here.
It's on the late on the table items. It's the last item in the late on the table items.
Can I just read yours?
It's this one right here, Ms. Dabowski. It's this item, and then we have 2 weeks, and then we'll have it for public hearing and approval, or not. It's
Okay.
this bigger item here, right
And
here.
so, Mr. Chair, for clarification, Brandon Sporhays has been removed? Is that it? Are we replacing 9F19 with 9F19A?
Yes, so my understanding is he asked not to be
Mr. Abbott?
appointed.
Can you add some clarity?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, since we submitted the document to the clerk's office, Mr. Sporhays has asked that he not be reappointed. And as a result, we submitted the A version, which is the equivalent of an A version of a memo is the equivalent of a S version to an ordinance. And so we recommend the substitution of the A version for the original, and that it be introduced and set for public comment on the 24th.
Any other comments from assembly members? Any
Well, then,
objection?
did I make the wrong motion then? Because I moved to approve. I need to move to introduce.
Moved to introduce. It was introduced, Madam Clerk, I think.
That was the last thing.
Yep. So
Going to
do you need
do
a
it again
second?
So we're clear?
Yeah, that would be great.
Make your motion again so it's clear to Heidi.
So I move to introduce 9F19A.
Second.
Moved in second. Is there any objection? Seeing none, that item is introduced. It's set for public hearing on the 24th. That completes our consent agenda for pulled items. We're now going to go down to our regular agenda. Let me get that. Madam Clerk, bring it up on the screen, the regular one. Be 13A.
Mold and then weave.
Item 13A is a public hearing item.
They test for that.
Okay, we're now down on your agenda to page 6, line 13A. Continue public hearings. If anybody wishes to testify, they can. Come state your name clearly for the records. Spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. You'll have 3 minutes. Longer if we have questions for you. The first item in front of us is item 13A, ordinance AO 2017-119S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 15 to recognize, enumerate the presence of significant visible mold in hotels as a prohibited public nuisance. So anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Croft. It's your ordinance, sir.
And I have Croft Amendment number 1 that's been distributed.
Why don't we make a motion to approve, sir?
Let's make a motion to approve.
Second.
Approve.
Moved and seconded.
It's the S version, correct?
It's the S version. It's in front of us. That's what he moved. That's 2017-119S. It's this single sheet document you got. Mr. Croft, sorry, sir.
I think that's the amendment. The amendment number 1 to the S version. At the work session, the most recent, the third work session, I believe, we had testimony. Well, we asked Mr. Green some questions, and he and I went over and the committee on just sort of final touches. He asked about he asked about Section D, which talked about abatement, and in my working with the Department of Health, Ms. Freeman and I had tried very hard, and Deanna, to not have the municipality engaged in. They're ordering abatement, but they're not doing it. D, I think, was a leftover provision I should have taken out, so it does that. There was a question by, I think, Mr. Green about who authorized, and so we clarified that it's the director who authorizes people to go in, and I think Mr. Gates I found one and he found another, so it's consistent. And then the Department of Health asked me to delay by 30 days the effective date so they have time to do some implementation and get ready, and I was glad to do that. So that's the reason for amendment number 1.
Okay. Who seconded that?
I did.
Mr. Busky, ma'am.
Thank you.
We just needed to record it. Thank you, ma'am.
He was talking. I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry.
That's odd, Mr.
I should have
Busky.
waited.
I'm only kidding you, Amy. You know that.
I know.
Eric?
I still love you.
I was done. Thank you, sir.
Okay. On the amendments in front of us, any questions or comments from members? Not seeing any, please vote on the amendment. Amendment's approved, 11-0. Mr. Croft?
Well, just
We have the S version as amended in front of us, sir.
Yeah, and we've done a lot of work on it. I appreciate everybody's effort and time on this. We delayed it to ask for feedback from the hotels. As most of you know from the work session, the hotels generally are fine with the language. I think so we've had a lot of the discussion before. Really, I guess for the public, I hope that this is not a significant problem. I think maybe it's not a significant problem, but it is a problem in at least some places, and we want to make sure it doesn't grow into a big problem. Mold can grow. And particularly that it doesn't become a problem if we have bad actors that refuse to respond, that it would affect our economy and our visitor industry. So while I think it's limited, I think it's appropriate that we at least have it in our code, and I've tried to write it in a way that has the least impact on the industry and still accomplish its purpose. So that's
Thank you,
all I
Mr.
have.
Croft. Ms. Dembowski, ma'am, the document is amended in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just commend Mr. Croft for dealing with this issue. I think anytime we deal with issues that could have a significant impact on public health, I think they're some of the most important things that we can do. And I think you've done a good job of dealing with this. And I also want to say thank you for your AM that you've attached. I think you clearly laid out the difference between the S version and the original version, and it's very easy to digest, and I just wanted to say thank you. Overall, I think it's a good product.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Dunbar.
Yeah, I also want to praise Mr. Croft. Maybe we can all go around the circle and, for the process that led to this ordinance. The first work session we had on this was many months ago. It might have even been last year, February, okay, before some of the members were on the body. And since then, it's gone through a lot of revisions, public testimony and work sessions. And I think Mr. Weddleton made the point at the last meeting that we wanted to do extra due diligence and make sure the hotel industry itself got a chance to, the owners got a chance to be heard as well. So again, I just want to thank Mr. Croft for going through that effort. And, sometimes it takes a little longer, but I think it was worth it to get it right. Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton, sir.
Well, a couple of things. One, I'll thank Eric. Also, I think he chooses some of these things. They look pretty simple at the start, and then, oops, they get pretty big. So, but I do. This was patiently done, and it shows it. And I just sharing an experience is I was researching hotels in Anchorage in August and kind of Googling, what hotels are there and how do you contact them. And you get these little Yelp reviews off to the side. And there were a number that people were complaining about mold in certain hotels. And I'm just thinking, well, this is what tourists are doing before they come to Anchorage. And if they're seeing this, it reflected really poorly on all of Anchorage, not just those hotels. So I'm glad, hopefully this will get rid of that. And when you Google and Yelp, you get all 5 stars and no mold. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, too, want to commend my colleague from Spenard for his fine work on this product. And I actually have been asked by a couple of constituents as to why we were doing this, because they had never heard of mold in hotels. And it's funny, but on my way driving in here this evening, I was listening to sports radio, and they were talking about the Chicago Cubs, Washington Nationals. The game was rained out today, but in their spare time, the Washington Nationals had to change hotels today because they found mold in the hotel that they were staying in Chicago. So mold, I guess, is not as hard to find in hotels as one would think. So I just wanted to mention that so that people know that actually mold does occasionally happen in hotels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other comments from Assembly members? Not seeing any. Mr. Croft, I just want to thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just
Go
real
ahead,
quick,
Mr. Chair.
I want to thank the advocates who've been at all of these several meetings and doing their part to ensure that we understand that this is a real problem. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And again, Eric, thank you so much for taking leadership on this. You did a great job. Please vote on this document as amended.
Congratulations. Try if you tap them
Did I
twice.
unvote? I unvoted?
Mr. Chair?
Ma'am?
If I would like to explain what's happening. It appears
Move
to us
Chicago, we're going to look for dead people or what?
we have a little glitch with this is the new Granicus, and the glitch appears to be, and Lisa had it last week, we went with IT, we actually called Granicus, and the problem is we probably need to enter these motions twice. What happens is the system doesn't appear to like us taking items out of order and not taking action on a motion. So when if you didn't vote on a motion, you move to introduce and you don't take action on that, the system is going back to those previous motions. So I just want to let you know what the clerk's office is going to do. We're just entering everything twice, and then we're going to fix it on the back end. But, you know, I wanted to let you know that because it's going to take us a little extra time.
Madam Clerk, this does not reflect upon you or your job. Thank you. So
All right.
noted.
So let me cancel this item, and I'm just going to start a new motion for us
Okay.
on this.
Who said sure down there? Tim. So how was dinner?
It's good. You should come to the ones when it's like
Can we do a
people
boys'
come
golf?
give us,
I know.
like a cultural affair.
Yeah, I should.
This one.
Free. There was nobody there because we went so long, but
I'll have to start going up there. I'm sorry.
just when it's like a gift.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize.
No, I apologize. There's no issue. They were already gone.
Okay.
I'm just.
Oh,
you miss out.
hey, Mr. Chair, we have a motion. If you'd like to... if you'd
Reset
like-
the vote.
You can just put start voting.
Please start voting.
Okay, you hit the button, start voting. Start voting.
It says stop vote.
It says stop voting and reset.
Sorry, I can't see that far. Obviously, I need new glasses. Why don't you just go to that? Go ahead and vote.
I voted no to test it. No,
It says you voted on. It says I've already voted, Barbara.
I have the motion, look, I have the motion recorded right here, and I have no votes, and they are saying they've already voted.
And by the way, this has nothing to do with SAP, okay? I was kidding earlier. No.
So you all know, it looks like we all voted yes, but that's just an autofill. It's crazy.
Okay.
Okay, would you hit start voting, Vic?
Yes. Let's try and vote again. It's kind of like being in Juneau. Are you sure that's how you wanted to vote? You can vote again. That was approved 11 to nothing. Madam Clerk,
Is that
Yes.
correct?
Is that
Are we
good?
sure?
Yes, that's exactly the way it should.
let it be recorded. Good job, Eric. We voted on that twice. Next item in front of us is on page 7. It's ordinance AO 2070-131, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 8.20.010, criminal mischief, to change the required mental state for riding in a stolen vehicle to criminal negligence. Comes to us from the Department of Law. There's an AM with it, AM 687-2017. Anybody wish to testify on this item, please come forward. J.J. McCurdy for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what part of town you live in. You'll have 3 minutes or longer if there's questions. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Whittleton, sir.
No, not much to say. I approve this and expect everyone else will too, but just for everybody listening, bit by bit, we make changes to our law to help catch the bad guys, and this is part of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I applaud the Department of Law and the Mayor's Office for this change. I think, do I think this is going to stop all stolen cars in the municipality of Anchorage? No. I guess my pessimistic side's coming out tonight. But I do think this is the step in the right direction to try to throw up as many barriers as we can and at least get them on the record so we can count. Look, they've stolen 15 cars instead of just 3. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think this is a good direction to go in.
Other comments from Assembly members? Where's Lisa at?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I have 2 friends whose cars were stolen last night. So, just FYI. 2 last night.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Just to let you know, as soon as this passes, I'm going to sign it, which puts it into effect. This is such a problem we've got in this town. We have cars stolen every night in Anchorage. And in his case, he had friends that had 2 of them stolen. We all know people whose cars have been stolen. We need to go after the people stealing them and those riding in the car. This allows our police department to do the job they want to do and charge those people and let the prosecutors take them to court. So, on that note, Madam Clerk, how do we dare vote on this system?
Go ahead and press start voting, and we'll see what happens, Mr. Chair. I've got the vote
Okay.
ready for you.
The screen says we can vote. Please vote.
All right, we got it.
That's approved, 11-0. You guys now have another tool to use. My thanks to the body on that one. Next issue in front of us is item 14B, Resolution AR 2017-318, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating amount not to exceed $624,041 to the Anchorage Fire Service Area Fund 131 fund balance, Anchorage Fire Service Area Fund 131 within the Anchorage Fire Department, and appropriating amount not to exceed $194,861 of Anchorage Area-Wide Fund 101 fund balance to Anchorage Fire Department, Area-Wide Fund 101 to pay for Fire Department Nutrition Academy. Accompanying the same memorandum, AM 684-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name, appear for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no in public testimony is close to what's the wish of the body.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Okay.
Just a second. I'm going to put your, sorry. Okay.
You sure?
Ready? I'm ready.
Okay. Please vote. That is approved 11-0. For those that don't understand what that was, the Nutrition Academy is a fire department academy just for the fire department people we lose every year because some retire. And we need to get the force continually brought up to the level it needs to be. So that's what the Nutrition Academy will do. I think we'll have a lot of people putting in for that. Next item in front of us, item 14C, Resolution AR 2017-296, a resolution approving an administrative agreement between Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, Incorporated AMEA, regarding 2018 health benefit contributions. From Employee Relations Department, there's an accompanying memorandum, AM 634-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name, career for the record, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no in public testimony is closed to what's the wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I couldn't understand, maybe it's just me, I'm sure it is, prior to this change or this administrative agreement, what would the employee's contribution have been? Mr. Abbott or Juna?
The employee relations team is coming up.
Coming down here. Thanks. I'm sorry we're so late in the night.
Hi, I'm Misty Vignola, Labor Relations Director.
Good.
Amy Dabowski through the chair. There would not be a contribution, so if this is not passed, the employees would incur the entire cost of the increase to the
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
premium.
So with this administrative agreement, they're going to pick up 40% of the increased costs?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, ma'am? Mr. Dombrowski, anything else? Okay. Other comments from assembly members? Not seeing any. Please vote. That item is approved 10-0. Next item is approved. Next item in front of us is item 14D.
Point of order there. Are we missing someone? 10-0?
Eric is out in the hall.
Oh, Eric's not here? Oh.
Yeah, he's greeting. Here he comes.
Hardly noticed.
It still passes with 6 votes.
Here he comes.
Next item in front of us, item 14D, Resolution AR 2017-288, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $828,548 as a grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Human Social Services, and $242,982 contribution from the 2017 General Government Operating Budget, Department of Health and
Waive
Human
reading.
Services. Thank you. This is to fund Human Services Community Matching Grant Program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Okay. Please vote.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Dyson had a question.
Mr. Dyson.
I was in the
didn't
queue
see
as
you on
well.
here, sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Dyson?
Thank you. I'd like somebody to just give me a brief summary of the kind of nonprofit organizations, a half a dozen or a dozen names, please.
Mr. Abbott? Could you answer Mr. Dyson's question? Or you are? Thanks, Melinda.
Oops. Thank you, through the chair. We provide funding through this resource for local nonprofits, and the nonprofits that are listed are Abused Women's Aid in Crisis, their emergency shelter program for Awake. We fund adult food, shelter, and social services at Beans Cafe. We provide funding for the Alzheimer's Disease Resource Agency of Alaska, the Disease and Related Dementias Education and Support Project. In addition, we provide funding for the Catholic Social Services Clear House Shelter for Women and Children, Food Bank of Alaska 5 a Day program, Covenant House Youth Emergency Shelter, the Alaska Institute for Justice, the Anchorage Family Safety Project, and also under Catholic Social Services, the Brother Francis Shelter.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, please finish voting.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, now that Ms. Freeman reads that list, she mentioned an organization I'm familiar with, the Alaska Institute for Justice, of which I am the president of the board, so I want to declare it to you and let you rule if I have a conflict of interest.
Do you get paid for doing this, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't think you've got a conflict, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please continue your voting, because I've got this in the screen, and I'm not sure the system works too well. It's just worrying me as we delay it. So where are we at? That's approved 11-0. Thank you. You just worry about this system every now and then. Next item in front of us is item 14E, Resolution AR 2017-309, a resolution appropriating $858 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for the Age and Disability Resource Center in the Department of Health and Human Services, and accompanying the same memorandum AM 669-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying none, tough testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion from assembly members. Doesn't appear to be any. Please vote. The item is approved 11-0. Next item in front of us is item 14G. Item 14G is Resolution AR 2017-311, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $655,000. Sorry. I missed F. Sorry about that. I already pulled F. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on item 14F, Resolution AR 2017-310, Resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $457,650 to State of Alaska Department of Health and Human Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for the provision of public health emergency preparedness and response in the Department of Health and Human Services, and accompanies same memorandum, AM 670-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to testify, please come forward. State your name and for the record. Spell your last name if you would, please. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Discussion from assembly members. No discussion. Please vote. The item is approved unanimously. Next item in front of us is item 14G, Resolution AR 2017-311, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $655,620 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231, a nutrition transportation and supplemental services. I know, ma'am. It's for Anchor Rides, transportation services. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, crew for the record, and spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
We need an approval in a second. Okay. We've got it. Discussion from assembly members. Okay. Mr. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't really on the topic at hand, but I'm going to say it now just before you get into the next one. When I say waive reading, I'm not trying to be rude for those that are listening. It just prompts the chairman at any point. He can stop when he wants to. So there you go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because I'm going to waive the next one, just so you're warned.
Okay, let's ignore the next one then. Please vote.
The next one, too.
Items approved, 11 to nothing.
There were two of them.
Next item in front of us, item 14H. Sorry, 14.
Yep.
Yeah, 14H. (14H) is Resolution AR 2017-312, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $1,819,400 to the Federal Grants Fund 241 and $191,037 to the Public Transportation Capital
Waive
Improvement
reading.
Project. This is for transit service expansion and bus stop improvement projects. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
You got it, clerk? That was moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Ms. Dombrowski, nothing on this?
No, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Please vote. That was approved 11 to nothing. You'd almost think everybody that's here was waiting for the last item. Next item in front of us, item 14I, Resolution AR 2017-315, a resolution appropriating when tendered $300,000 from U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, to the Federal Grants Fund 241 within the Office of Emergency and Economic Development for the implementation of the EPA Brownfields Grant Certificate and grant activities. Accompanying the same memorandum, AM 673-2017. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, clear for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
If one of you could be the second, I'd appreciate it. Okay. Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Item was approved. The vote was 11-0. Next item in front of us is item 14J, ordinance AO 2017-61, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reauthorize certain boards and commissions by amending the sunset provision in Anchorage Municipal Codes sections 4.60.270 and 4.90.010. Public hearing this item is now open. There's coming to some memorandum. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name. And tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying non-public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I just want to make the point that we've just had a huge debate over public safety issues in the last couple of weeks, and we've not heard anything from this commission, and it's disappointing. So I hope that they get fired up and help us out on these things.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with them. I've asked the clerk to set a work session up with the commission.
Great.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk. What?
It's calendared.
Would you tell us when it's
Yes.
calendared? The clerk says it's already calendared, so just have her tell us.
The work session is calendared on Wednesday, November 1st. It immediately follows the Public Safety Committee meeting. It's from 12:30 until 1 o'clock p.m.
Everybody got that? Okay.
Good thing we
Mr. Dyson, you're next, sir.
Yeah, thank you. For some reason, you all appointed me to the audit committee, and I've...
You do a great job, Fred.
Yeah, so I've been trying to learn things from it. So here is the mission statement or goals of this public safety group. Public Safety Advisory. They're to hear and review public safety concerns and advise the mayor and assembly on these issues. 2, produce interim and special reports on specific public concerns that the commission believes will affect the municipality. 3, advise the mayor and assembly on municipal and state legislation relevant to public safety. Support municipal legislative programs on state issues relevant to public safety. Review and advise the mayor and assembly regarding the availability of federal funds, municipal revenues, and private resources for public safety and municipality. I ask when the assembly had last heard from these folks. It's been something like 18 months. I asked Mr. Croft if this group had weighed in on what all of us think are significant public safety issues that have been going on and trends that have been accelerated, and there's nothing. So, as often happens, Mr. Weddleton and I observed the same sort of thing. So my thought then is what to do, and I see that you all have scheduled a public hearing. I thought about just calling for a vote and encouraging you all to vote no, which I think would fire a warning shot across the bow of this commission and others. I also thought about modifying what's before us to delay, only extend them for 3 months, mid-January, and that would drop dead. I asked about what had happened with other boards and commissions that had not been extended or renewed as this regular process, and it's happened a few times before. And the process of recovery, if something has died for the want of a expiration date extension, is somebody makes a case to the assembly, somebody sponsors it, and the group is reapproved with largely the same language and so on. It's back in the code, and everything's operating. So if you hadn't scheduled this work session, I would encourage all of you to vote no and see what happens. Now that it has scheduled a work group, I guess I will recommend the intermediate step. So I move amending on line 28, instead of October 14, 2020, make it January 20 of 2018.
Second.
Moved and seconded to continue, Fred?
I'm done.
Okay. On Mr. Dyson's amendment, Mr. Constant, do you have any comments on that? You're in queue.
On the main motion.
Okay. Anybody else queue into the system and I'll recognize you? Okay. Let's vote on Mr. Dyson's amendment. Madam Clerk, am I going to mess the system up if I do that?
We're in. We're
Okay.
good.
Please vote on Mr. Dyson's amendment.
Can you see what's going on? What?
Mr. Dyson, that is approved 11-0. Thank you for bringing that forward to us. Now on the main document as amended, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I've had some conversation with a member or two of this commission that doesn't meet, and the comments, the feedback that I've heard about it is that there's a bit of ossification of the membership, that there are some people who have been on the commission since the beginning of time, and they have a set kind of thinking and they're not interested in action. And so I think adding a little fire to their fuel to their fire is a great idea.
I will tell you that at our meeting in November, if we don't get some resolution, I will not vote to continue this thing. So I appreciate that, Fred, because sometimes things just need to die. We're going to give them a chance. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the auditor.
Hi, Mike.
Mr. Chadwick, I don't recall when the last time is you've audited this particular commission, but one of the other tools we have in our toolbox is clearly if people aren't showing up for their required meetings, they can be replaced on the commission. Does this commission stand out to you? Do you remember about attendance records or anything?
Ms. Dombowski, through the chair, for this current audit, you mean? Or for the
Public Safety Commission.
Yeah, for the Public Safety Commission, their attendance, they had 2 board members whose attendance wasn't sufficient, and that, according to the code, they should be removed.
And how many commissioners are on this commission?
There are 9.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chadwick. That's all I have. So one of the things that I would encourage the administration to do, whoever's in charge of boards and commissions, I would say first thing you do is immediately replace the 2 commissioners that don't show up when they're supposed to. I mean, that's pretty.
I agree, Madam Chair.
It's pretty easy to do there. But the other thing is, whoever's running boards and commissions, they can proactively engage each of these commissioners and explain expectations. And the administration can go and start systematically replacing commissioners with the support of the Assembly. So I think rather than get rid of and just scrap the Public Safety Commission, I think it could have a valuable place with advice to the Assembly or to the administration. But this is clearly going to take some proactive management on the part of the administration. So that would be my recommendation as a first step, is we should clearly see 2 new names coming up relatively soon.
Mr. Dyson, you're next, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I understand from Mr. Chadwick that I think it's been 2 vacancies for a year and a half or something on this board. That's in addition to the 2 folks who have been irregular in their attendance. These community groups can be a great asset, but we have in our code one of the most genius systems, and that's the community councils, and pretty darn active PTAs and so on. And I want them there if they're getting after it and aggressive. And I think it's very good that we have a system where there's an audit, and these things have to come back to our attention or they die. So anyways, I encourage a yes vote now, but only for this, 3 months. We'll see what happens.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. To the administration, Vice Chairman's offered to find people for you for this commission.
So tell him how many people you need, what you want them to have expertise, and he'll work on finding people for that. He's got a wealth of experience and ability to find people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Constant.
Yeah, on that topic, I was actually going to consider making a recommendation of Mr. Butch Moore, who we've seen kind of the last 2 weeks a lot of, and he has a real personal stake in this question, and he has a lot of good input. And so if I could make a recommendation to the Vice Chair, maybe give an outreach to him as well.
Ms. Dombrowski, you're in the queue again?
Yeah, I have something to say. So, no dig to Mr. Dunbar, but I suspect it would be really helpful to have a diversity of thoughts, ideas, and representation. So I don't know if there's anybody from Chugach Eagle River on the Public Safety Commission, but it would be helpful to have a broad range, not just Mr. Dunbar's picks, Mr. Chair.
To be clear, he volunteered me. I did not.
I
offer to do
did
it.
not volunteer.
Well, if you need my help, I'm happy to help.
But I've seen him look, and his ability to reach out to people is good, and I appreciate that. Any other comments before we vote?
Well, since everybody's talking
Mr.
about, sorry, you got hundreds of people who went through the Citizens Police Academy, and I'm just shocked that there's not a line of people trying to get on this. They're educated, they're interested, and there's no shortage of them.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Mr. Constant.
I think that just gets back, Mr. Welton, to what I have heard feedback from folks who have been trying to do some things is that there's a kind of ossified set of people who've been there for many, many years, and they don't really let things change.
Okay. There's ways to change that, sir. Yes. Other comments from Assembly members? Please vote.
Oh, okay, that's what happens.
Uh-huh.
Had an amendment. All right, I'm going to reset this. Stop voting.
It's better than it's saying yes when you don't know.
Did you see that?
So what buttons do you want me to push?
Well, it's not you, and it's not me.
I appreciate that.
Okay, I've got it reset, Mr. Chair, if you'd like to
Start voting?
Yes, please.
Okay. Please vote again.
Okay.
That is approved 11-0 with amendment in it. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Next item in front of us is item 14K, ordinance AO 2017-128, an ordinance authorizing the disposal via relinquishment of a drainage easement located within a portion of Lot 1A, Block 3, Bernard Subdivision, Project Management and Engineering, and accompanying same memorandum, AM 667-2017. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
To approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded for approval. Discussion from assembly members? Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping either somebody from planning or maybe PM&E can come up.
Mike, it is.
Maurice, I see you back there. I know you can answer all my questions. He is the all-knowing in Eagle River. Thank you for being here. I was at the South Fork Community Council meeting, and they were actually very supportive of the vacation of the easement between blocks 1A and Lot 1B. Are you familiar with the rest of the development in this particular area that's being proposed?
Through the chair, no, I'm not.
Okay, so your involvement with this particular vacation is just simply this one vacation, it's not the overall project?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
So the reason I bring this up is I've, over the years, had an issue with certain issues that come before, well, that don't come before this body when it impacts our community. And this is probably one that'll end up going to the plating board and not to us. But there is a bigger scale project where there's a lot of different easements that are being proposed to be vacated in this particular area. And the neighbors in the South Fork Community Council are very concerned about secondary egress when it comes to this particular issue. The reason I highlight that is because over the years, I think the Assembly has gone too far and given away some of their responsibilities that impact our neighborhoods. I first saw this at a power substation utility that was going to be built right next door to a residential neighborhood that would have had a significant impact to our community, and it was an issue that never would come to the Anchorage Assembly, which shocked me to find that out. So whenever I see one of these, I always like to tell people that it does happen. You won't know it until it happens to you and it's a major project. With respect to this particular issue, the neighbors in this area do support the vacation of the easements that impacts Lot 1A and 1B, so I'll support it. I think this is a reasonable step.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from Assembly members? Any comments at all? Not seeing anybody on the screen. Please vote on this item. That's approved 11-0. Next item in front of us is item 14L, Ordinance AO 2017-123, Ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting a program within Solid Waste Services SWS incentivizing the exchange of roll cart refuge containers for new bear-resistant roll carts by waiving SWS $30 charge in service fees set forth in Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 26.70.040C, .5.C.1.2 for SWS customers within. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record, spell your last name, and tell us the town you live in. Welcome, ma'am. Good to see you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. How are you doing?
Fine, how are you?
My name is Carolyn Ramsey, R-A-M-S-E-Y. I am the Vice President of the Airport Heights Community Council. And I'd like to thank Assembly Member Mr. Riviera for bringing this forward per our request. It appears, is Fairview joined in with this as well? So we have Fairview as well and Rogers Park. We passed a resolution at our community council. I believe you guys all have a copy of this. Barbara Carl sent it in, asking that this please be moved forward. We've seen, I have been in Airport Heights now for about 10 years. We have seen an increase in bear activity this year, especially. Airport Heights Community Council is bordered by 3 creeks. We have Chester with 2 forks coming off of that. So out of 4 of our boundaries, 3 we have salmon coming back. We've seen at least 10 that I know of bear through the neighborhood. Recently, they're trying to get into Dick's trash cans in a couple of different places. And I also wanted to show you that we're been working with Fish and Game. They brought us a bunch of stuff, came and talked to the council last week per our request. And out of these 3 things, the first thing on all of them says garbage. And you've got to control the garbage. We live in homes that were built in the 50s and the 60s. Many of them, if they had garages, have been converted now to part of the homes. We used to have alley can pickup, so all of our trash cans were contained within a bin itself, and the bins were opened up by the trash guys who came, or trash women who came to pick up the trash, and then the cans put back in the containers, and the bears really couldn't get into them. We've moved to the roll carts. You can't do that same thing with the roll carts because then the arms can't get them out, so that you're stuck. What are you going to do? And since we don't have a place to put them in the homes, we don't have a garage, and we don't have the containers, this is where we're at. So according to Fish and Game, just to deal with one problem bear, they're looking at a cost of anywhere from $50,000 to over $100,000. That's a lot of money, and that takes into a lot of account the externalities that are all included with this as well. So Airport Heights, Rogers Park, Fairview, all of us trying to do something to be proactive instead of reactive. we're coming forward with this and asking you to please help us out so that we can start a campaign throughout the neighborhood to get folks to volunteer, to get their cans changed over, to hopefully save the state and the municipality a lot of money moving forward. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you, Carolyn. We've got a few questions for you.
Please.
Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. It's great to see you. Thank
Good
you
to
for
see you.
weighing in. I think in general, the cost avoidance here, if we basically provide some of these cards at no charge or waive the $30 fee, as you've indicated, the long-term cost avoidance is going to be substantial, I would suspect. My real question to you is the community council working on a potential outreach opportunity to make sure all the neighbors in the area know?
Yes, we are. We're also working with Fish and Game to produce something that looks like this, which is way above our abilities to do as a council. If that does not come through, we are going to put out our own, door hangers, and we'll do a full walk of our area, and everything will be posted. And the first thing that people are going to see is free, which obviously will get their attention, so they're going to look farther.
Sure.
But yeah, no, we plan a full community outreach. Fish and Game has already been to our council and talked to us. The next thing will be as soon as you guys approve this, which is why I asked Assemblymember Mr. Riviera to bump this up on the agenda so that we have longer time to get our campaign out there. And that campaign will start moving. Our next council meeting is next week.
Oh, great.
So yeah, everything's good. The ball's going to start rolling, and this allows us to move much quicker.
Great. And I mean, I know you're smart. You know this better than anybody. A big part of this is getting as many people to buy in as you can, because if you have 1 or 2 or 3 people on the street that don't get the car, then the bears are going to come into their trash.
Correct. And unfortunately, the way everything is written now, this is voluntary. If the assembly ever decides they want to make it mandatory, I'll come back and talk to you again. It doesn't bother me.
We'll keep it voluntary now and hope that community outreach works.
We're hoping for it. We're going to do our best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question for her? Thank you, Carolyn. It's good to see you again, ma'am.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much.
Take care. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
How's it going? Corey Stantorf, Stantorf, as in Foxtrot. I'm here representing the Department of Fish and Game. Currently, I'm the Assistant Area Wildlife Biologist for the Anchorage area. The Department of Fish and Game is strongly in support of any action that reduces the chance that bears will get in the trash, including this ordinance. Bear-resistant carts have been shown to be effective in stopping bears from getting rewards, trash, and food from trash carts, and is something we always recommend to homeowners. If a bear knocks over a trash cart, maybe bats it around, but doesn't get a reward, it will most likely move on. However, if the bear does get a reward, it will be back, and that is what keeps bears coming into neighborhoods all over the Anchorage Bowl. Of the nuisance bear calls the Anchorage Fish and Game staff receive, the vast majority are about bears and unsecured trash. This is our single biggest issue with bears in town and requires a tremendous amount of staff time, effort, and money. Given that there are salmon streams and long green belts that connect bear habitat, there will always be bears in and around Anchorage. However, if we can reduce the ability of bears to get easy food, in this case trash, we can reduce the number of bear-human conflicts. The most obvious example of this occurring in Anchorage is in the Stuckagon Heights area. At one time, complaints of bears getting in the trash in Stuckagon were common. After most of the neighborhood switched to bear-resistant carts, it has become very rare to get a complaint of a bear in trash there, a neighborhood that is surrounded by bear habitat. Waiving the changeover fee will help get more bear-resistant carts into the hands of the public and would help mitigate the number of bear-human conflicts and defense and life or property killings in the Anchorage Bowl. On behalf of the department, we thank you for your time and effort spent on this issue.
Question from assembly members. Mr. Croft, sir.
So Mr. Dunbar and I were saying we'd get rid of your bears for just a mere $10,000 apiece. But non-flippantly, why is it $50,000 to $100,000 to get rid of a problem bear? That seems high.
I'm not familiar with the actual cost associated with that, but it is a high cost between having biologists come out, APD response, because they're usually the first on the scene. So as far as what that actual cost is, it's high, but I don't know an exact figure.
And he and I were saying our 30-06s, but clearly you don't want to be shooting those in an urban area. So are you darting them?
You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, sir.
As far as relocating, we don't relocate bears because it doesn't work. They come back, case in point, where the Government Hill bears.
So you kill them? I mean, you have to.
In situations that it's warranted, we do euthanize them. But typically what we can do is APD or Fish and Game will come out and get them out of the trash. And then we go through education. We talk to people, we send flyers, and we can get compliance through education. And we do see people say, oh yeah, I'm going to get a bear-resistant trash can, and they're there. The biggest complaint we have is the availability of bear-resistant trash cans.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take the liberty, since we have Fish and Game Guy here, to ask him a quick question. It seems like over the last year or two, we've been seeing a lot more bear-people conflict here in the municipality. Is Fish and Game considering expanding the opportunity for bear hunts within the municipality?
Through the chair, Madam Dembowski, currently in 14C, which is the game management unit that Anchorage sits in, we have quite a liberal season on black bear. Everything outside, basically the entire Chugach State Park is open to bear year-round. We just started a black bear hunt on Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, and this will be its second season coming up. And I believe that J-Bear has some proposals that they're putting into the Board of Game to modify that hunt.
I learned about that hunt after the hunt was over. So if you guys open up new hunts or you liberalize them more, could you send a notification to the Federation of Community Councils? That's a good way to disseminate information for people who are interested. Because I heard from a number of my constituents, I do represent J-Bear, that they didn't know about it either until after the fact. I'm not sure why, probably because we weren't paying attention, but that might be another way to disseminate some information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from Assembly members? Thank you for being here. You weren't at Rogers Park last night, by any chance, were you?
No, I wasn't. Elizabeth Manning was.
We had one lady that recommended we wipe out all the bears in Anchorage. She's a little upset about it. She doesn't want to have to get a bear resistant. She just rather wipe them all out. And was not shared by everybody there. So thanks for the job you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Well, good meeting, sir.
Hi, my name is Ed Larrivee, Larri, Visa Victory EE-2, and I live in the Tudor Lake Otis area. And you do see bears on Campbell Creek. I don't see very many of these garbage cans, and they're bear resistant. Tell you what, though, if you were to replace bear with wild rabid dogs, something would be done about it. What I think should happen, this garbage can's a good idea, but because of all the restaurants in Anchorage, a bear's nose is 50% stronger, or they can smell 50 times more than a human. So they pick this stuff up, and they come right into Anchorage, around where all the kids are, moms are. You know, it's only a matter of time. I think that there should be a bow hunting season in Anchorage. Every time you get a report of 10 bears in an area, that's dangerous. Why would you like to be walking down the street and all of a sudden a bear claws you to death? You know, when are we going to wake up? We need to do something about the bear situation, because if we don't, to me, human life is precious. It's of high value. How about black bear? Not as much. Not as much. So these cans are a good idea, and along with it, bow hunting. That's my view. My name's Ed Larrivee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, there is going to be a gun show this month.
13th or 14th. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing say no one, public testimony is closed. The votes wish to body. Mr. Rivera.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not much has changed since the last work session that we had on this, or rather committee meeting that we had on this. I just want to impress upon Mr. Constant, our community councils are really interested in getting organized around this. So if you could impress upon the Fairview Community Council and the Government Hill Community Council to get organized around this, I think the more community organizing there is to ensure as many people, as Ms. Domboski said, do this as possible, the better. And I know that, at least in my area, Rogers Park and Airport Heights are really interested in organizing around it. But I hope that urge my colleagues to support this. It's really common sense. And in the end, SWS will be making the money back from these increased orders for roll carts, because in January, all SWS customers will begin to be charged $2 a month if they have bear-resistant roll carts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had bears in our neighborhood this summer. Had a black bear with 2 cubs that was frequenting the area. I had a neighbor across the street that decided he was going to put his garbage out Thursday night for Monday pickup. And the bears obviously found it long before Monday. But while they were there, they started trying to get into everyone else's garbage while they were also in the neighborhood. And so I had a neighbor across the street the other direction that went and called Alaska Waste and got a bear-resistant can from them. And we never saw the black bear and cubs back again after that. So I actually think that these bear resistance cans will reduce the incident of bears in neighborhoods, and so I think this is a great idea. I plan to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, like Mr. Peterson, I'm just going to talk for a second about my personal experience. I'm a customer of Alaska Waste, and for years I've had bear-resistant containers, and the reason is because I had a bear getting into our trash. I thought it was a neighbor's dog. Turns out when you have a face-to-face with a bear, you recognize you were wrong. So I immediately called, and I've not had a problem since, and I've had it for years now. And it's not that unusual in my area to see a bear when you're hiking or walking or whatever, but it is crucial in order for this to be successful that you have as many people participate as possible. Because as Carolyn and I were talking, if you have 10 people on a street and 3 people don't have bear-proof containers and they leave their trash out, being the other caveat, the bears are going to get into it and keep coming back. And that goes hand in hand with compliance. So clearly you can be fined for leaving your trash out. And so we can't just pretend that the bear-proof containers are going to be everything. For those who choose not to use that method and choose not to comply with municipal code, we do have to be focused on the enforcement aspect of it as well, because what we're creating is we're creating a public nuisance and a public hazard by leaving trash out. So, you know, I'm supportive of this, the opportunity to have some cost avoidance. I'm kind of with Mr. Croft, and I think Mr. Dunbar, I don't know that it'd cost $30,000, $50,000, you know. Frankly, I think it's a quarter and we're done. But this is a good way to start to hopefully keep the bears out of people's neighborhoods and reduce the conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Rivera, for the work you've done on this. Mr. Croft shouldn't be the only one to get praised tonight. So you've been working on this for a little while, and I think it's a very worthwhile effort. My issue is not with this ordinance. It's with the fact that a majority of people in my district are on Alaska Waste, and especially the ones who abut the Chugach State Park. And so I get complaints, or concerns rather, about the bear issue, and then people, in particular, people say, I want a bear-resistant can, but I can't get one. The waiting list is months and months and months long. Mark, would you mind coming up just for a moment? I can ask you a question about this. our Director of Solid Waste Services. So this ordinance obviously deals with SWS because the city owns SWS. And Alaska Waste is a private company, but, I'm hopeful they use our landfill, for example, and I'm hopeful that we can find ways to encourage them or work with them to improve their bear-resistant can, penetration, if you will, and availability. Could you describe some of the efforts, or some of the difficulties in doing that?
I can't really speak for Alaska Waste, but from what I understand from their situation, is that they're worried that switching to a bear-resistant container on a large community-wide basis would cause them to increase their costs, because basically with the bear-resistant containers, you can't really, in their service, you can't provide automated service, and so you can't have the one driver, you have to have two drivers. And so they went through a rate case, I think a couple years ago, where they switched to automated side loaders, which went from, people manually throwing the trash to having the roll carts, and it basically reduced costs to their customers on the order of, a couple $1 million. And they're afraid, and again, this is just my understanding of the situation, I think they're afraid that their rates would have to revert back to that, and their rates would increase because of, proliferation of bear-resistant containers in their service area.
Does SWS work with Alaska Waste at all on these issues?
We try to. I mean, we let them know what we're doing so that we can coordinate efforts, so they have an idea about what types of services that we're offering our residents. But frankly, it's up to them to decide, what type of services and how they want to run their business.
I think you mentioned in the Enterprise and Utility Committee that there was some kind of changeover with the type of carts. Am I misremembering that? That Alaska Waste and you guys were going towards more similar carts, is that correct?
Yes, correct. We have a brand of cart that we've been using for years and years with our normal roll carts. They also make a bear-resistant container, and Alaska Waste is switching to that, is my understanding as well. So they've got a couple of different types of and vendors of the bear-resistant containers in their service area, and my understanding is that their most recent order is the same type of bear-resistant containers that we're using.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Wilton?
Well, Mr. Domboski brought something up that made me curious. You said enforcement actions. My understanding is the city doesn't have any laws concerning keeping food away from bears, but that it's a state law. Is that correct, Mr. Falsey?
Through the chair, Mr. Weldon, I am not aware of any laws that preclude feeding bears or allowing bears access to food. I could troll through the code, but I think that is correct.
Thanks.
Well, my understanding is if you leave your trash out, you can get like a $100 fine.
I think that's a state.
No matter what, you can get a $100 fine. So pick up the phone and call.
Mr. Chairman, the guy across the street that put his garbage out on Thursday got the $100 fine, by the way.
Good. You should put it out the morning the garbage comes at the correct time.
Mr.
Not the
Chair,
night before there's too many people
looks
there.
like someone from the department has a comment.
There are city codes that do apply. There's the state regulation, there's also city codes that do apply for not having your trash out on the morning of trash pickup.
Could you tell us your name for the record?
Sorry, I'm Elizabeth Manning. I'm an education specialist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And Mark might know them in more detail. The codes that apply, but there's definitely several codes that apply for trash. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Can't avoid it.
Ma'am, come down here. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Okay, I'll do this properly. I'm sorry. My name is Elizabeth Manning, and I'm an education specialist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And there are muni codes that do apply for trash pickup. It's in Title 26, and I think also in Title 15, maybe in Title 14. And I don't have the exact details, but there are codes that have to do with sort of nuisance violations and beautification laws. So there's both state law that if a bear is caught eating garbage, it can be a $310 fine, and then there's city codes as well. That's all.
Mr. Cox,
Thank you.
anything else?
Thank you.
Mr. Croft?
Given that Mr. Falsey didn't know that, I think we should look for a new municipal attorney.
Second that.
Is that a prohibition against him being municipal manager? He doesn't have to have legal skills to be municipal manager? Is that what you're telling me?
We recommend confirmation hearings, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, we're going to do confirmation hearings, all right.
Anybody else wish to testify in this item, please come forward. Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
We already closed.
We already did that? Okay. Let's just vote on it and get it done. Excuse me, I go back to automatic set. It's like you drive home, you know where you're going. Mr. Dyson, you need to vote, sir? That is approved.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Next item in front of us is item 14M. This is Resolution Error 2017-321, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitting comments to the State of Alaska in its draft regulation regarding the addition of on-site marijuana consumption endorsement to the retail marijuana license. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, and longer if we have questions. You've been here a long time, so please come forward and testify. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Thank you. Penny Palmquist, P-A-L-M-Q-U-I-S-T. I live in South Anchorage. I'm a cancer survivor of 13 years. I used to work at the Sullivan Arena, and as many of you who've ever attended a concert, even though the arena has been smoke-free for a number of years, marijuana would be very prevalent during a rock concert. Having to work under that situation, the smokers also felt that if the marijuana people could smoke, so could they. And I would go home at night after about 4 hours, could barely talk with my lungs hurting immensely. I am strongly opposed to having an on-site marijuana consumption. I think that the secondhand smoke situation from it is very endangered to people. Like I say, I can tell you from experience, secondhand marijuana smoke is not very healthy. So I'd just like to state for the record that I would like to see you vote no for on-site consumption. There's just too many possibilities of where this is going to be happening and what ventilation systems are available. There's a big chance. The other thing I see is that if you're going to allow the marijuana people to smoke on site, this may also bring the smokers back in and the vapors. And we're going to wind up back where we were before the municipality, thank you very much, passed an ordinance to keep this a smoke-free community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few questions, ma'am, if you don't mind. Mr. Whittleton, sir?
Not exactly a question, just to make clear to people that we are not considering a law for on-site consumption in Anchorage. We're simply commenting on a proposal by the Marijuana Control Board and what potentially state rules could be. So this, whatever we do tonight does not make on-site consumption in Anchorage.
Thank you. I'd really appreciate that.
Mr. Steele has a question. Mr. Steele?
And the state is not allowing cigarette smoke in the space either, and so it's fairly tightly controlled. We will see how it works in operation if it passes, but they agree with you in terms of.
Any other questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Heather Arono, A-R-O-N-N-O, and I work with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. Please bear with me. I was able to almost get it under 3 minutes when I was reading this out loud, so I'm going to try my best. I'm speaking to you tonight in opposition to the Anchorage Assembly's proposed endorsement of certain draft regulations under consideration by the Marijuana Control Board. Specifically, ACS-CAN opposes on-site marijuana smoking, including the aerosolization of it because of the health hazards for non-users, both employees and potentially to adjacent businesses. The change in language is of particular concern because of the proposal to remove the prohibition against a person being allowed to consume tobacco or tobacco products in a marijuana consumption area, and replaces that prohibition in favor of allowing a local governing body to make that decision. While the Anchorage Assembly may have the privilege under its municipal charter to pass regulations regarding health-related ordinances, this is not a position enjoyed by many local governing bodies across Alaska. Second-class boroughs and the unorganized borough do not have the authority to enforce a local smoke-free ordinance. The proposed regulations before the Marijuana Control Board would remove an existing protection from tobacco and tobacco products from other areas of the state without leaving many of these boroughs and communities a method to address local health concerns. Furthermore, while some members of the Anchorage Assembly have expressed the opinion that this particular recommendation would not weaken our local smoke-free workplace ordinance, it's unclear how the municipality would address the situation which would arise where employees are protected from one kind of smoke in the workplace but refraining from protecting employees from another kind of smoke. Anchorage has had a really good, strong smoke-free workplace ordinance for the last decade, and there's no reason to roll back those protections now. Also, the change in ventilation is of concern because there's no standard reference for even reducing, let alone eliminating health hazards. Removing odor is not the same as removing health hazards. Addressing the issue more broadly, the American Cancer Society supports the need for more scientific research on cannabinoids for cancer patients and on better and more effective therapies that can overcome the often debilitating side effects of cancer and its treatments. However, ACS-CAN opposes the smoking or aerosolization of marijuana and other cannabinoids in public places because the carcinogens in marijuana smoke pose numerous health hazards to the patient and others in the patient's presence. Smoking marijuana poses significant harms to users and those in close proximity. Although smoked marijuana delivers THC and other cannabinoids to the body, it also delivers harmful substances to users and those around them, including many of the cancer-causing substances found in tobacco smoke. ACS-CAN respectfully opposes the Anchorage Assembly's resolution to allow any public use of marijuana, as is stated in the original initiative language, including not allowing on-site consumption at retail sales locations. Thank you.
Good timing, ma'am.
Thanks.
Any questions from Assembly members? Mr. Croft, sir.
So really, aren't you recommending that instead of comments on the detail on this, our sole comment be, we urge you to not adopt regulations for on-site marijuana consumption?
Ultimately, that would be the desire, but I understand that the situation's moved beyond that, and the body has already passed a resolution in favor of on-site consumption, or at least the proposed.
Have not.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of a resolution that was passed a little while back.
Yeah, I mean, what we passed, I believe, but Mr. Weddleton has been doing more work on it, can tell me more, was we urge you to confront this issue. I'm not sure we selected
not.
kind of a position.
No.
All right. To further answer your question, Mr. Croft, just trying to bring some concerns to the body that might not have been considered, and am available to give more information if it's
Thank you,
desired.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant, Mr. Croft, anything else?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Constant, you're next.
Thanks. It's not a question, it's clarification that we did pass a resolution that requested the MCB or AMCO to tackle the question because I asked, and that the downtown parks are proliferate with smokers from out of state. And so we'll have that talk in a bit, though. And thank you. Very nice presentation.
Before I go to Ms. Dombrowski, Mr. Falsey, in your role as an attorney, you gave us guidance on whether hotels can declare rooms smoking rooms. So sometime I'm going to ask you that question again. So tool up your recommendation you gave to us. Ms. Dombrowski?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for this lady? Thank you for being here, ma'am. We appreciate it. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Once again, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V, and Victory, EE-2. And I still live at Lake Otis and Tudor in that area. Tell you what, with something like this, you'll never be able to enforce it. How are you going to enforce this? Unless You have a place where these consumers can go, and then they're right there. You got control. The other way, you don't have control. I have cancer. And that's right, I have cancer. And from the research I've done, marijuana kills cancer cells, all sorts of cancer cells. Other countries, they use it for treatment, like in Australia. I'm telling you, best thing to do for our tourists especially is to have somewhere that you can corral these people where you got control. Otherwise, they're going to be in concerts, like she said. They're going to be in parks. They already are in parks. They already are in concerts. You know, it's only a matter of time when all the consumers are free to smoke at McDonald's. But if you have some place right there, an on-site marijuana consumption area, you've got some way of controlling it. That makes more sense than having something like this that can't be enforced. Do you really have enough cops to enforce this? They can't even patrol handicapped parking places. You really think they're going to be able to control this? Wrong. There's no way. There's no way. But, once again, you have an on-site area. It'll attract tourists. You'll have more control. And you'll be able to figure out just what to do, where to put the area, instead of all over Anchorage. My name's Ed Larrabee. That's my view.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hello.
Hello. My name is Gail Schiemann, SCHIEMANN, and I live in South Addition. I have COPD. I have COPD from working around secondhand smoke. I spent my entire young adult life working in restaurants and bars where there were no protections. I never personally smoked a day in my life, and now I'm sick from my job. And what people need to understand about the on-site consumption is these are workplaces. Somebody is getting paid to work the cash register, work in these places. We have to be smarter than that for the public's health. We have to have safe workplaces for Alaskans. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for you. Mr. Steele?
I just wanted to read, if I may, just a little bit on this as to what the state is proposing. And first off, what they're saying is ventilation, if consumption by inhalation is permitted, ventilation plans must be signed and approved by a licensed mechanical engineer, sufficient to remove visible smoke, consistent with all applicable local building codes and ordinances, isolation of the marijuana consumption area from other areas of the retail marijuana store. Marijuana consumption must include smoke-free area for employees monitoring the marijuana consumption area. And anyway, it maintain a ventilation system that directs air from the marijuana consumption area to the outside of the building through a filtration system. Does not emit odor that is detectable from the public from outside the public consumption site. What they're trying to do is to give, like in our situation, tourists the opportunity to partake in the marijuana industry, if you will, but they're trying to control it very seriously, and it only can be in the marijuana sales areas in a store, if you will. Because right now what the tourists are doing, if they buy something, there's no way to use it. They can't use it in a hotel, they can't use it out in public, and so they're either breaking the law or not. So anyway, it's an attempt to to try to control it tightly. I'm not sure if they're going to be successful. None of us are, or even if it'll pass, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you.
Through the chair, may I respond?
Good, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So we know for a fact that ventilation doesn't work. It's not about seeing the particles. It's not about smelling the particles. We're talking about particulate matter smaller than 2.5. Nobody can see it. You can't smell it. It lodges deep in your lungs, and it makes you very ill. There is no ventilation that will take out particulate levels smaller than 2.5 p.m.
Doesn't dust do the same thing?
Pardon me?
Doesn't dust do the same thing?
Dust is much larger. No, you can see dust. This is a very, very small particle.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I think you read the Surgeon General's report. Mr. Peterson, a question for her?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that we have modern technology that allows someone to monitor a room without being in the room. They could set up cameras and they could watch video, so the employees wouldn't actually have to be present in the room that the customers were smoking in.
Will there be a door to the room?
Yeah, they would have, according to the regulations that they've already written,
So there's
it's
a door.
required to be a separate room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Beverly Woolley. I live in the Tudor and Lake Otis area, across the street from Dick.
Across the street from me.
Last name is Wooley. And I have a few things that I want to try to put through on this. I guess first I want to thank you in what you've put forward in your comments that you're striking the tobacco consumption within those areas. I served with the municipality for many years, cut my teeth on getting cigarette smoke separated in restaurants. We learned that that wasn't effective enough because the ventilation system cannot cure that. It can take the smoke out, it can take the smell out, but it cannot take those particles out that cause cancer. So by requiring a ventilation system that eliminates the smoke, to me is quite frankly kind of smoke and mirrors, because people then think they're protected, but they're not. If we're going to say that smoking cigarettes and the smoke from that is unhealthy for workers, I'm not sure why we're going to say smoke from marijuana is not unhealthy for those same workers. To me, this is really a workers' rights, a social justice issue for those folks, as well as health equity. We know that oftentimes it's young people, it's some of our lower income folks that end up working in those areas. I too worked in smoke areas and had problems from it. My father died. My mother was raising me as a single mom. She couldn't afford to send me to school. I had to work. I worked in bars and I worked in restaurants, and I paid for that through my health. No one should have to pay for that. You shouldn't have to make those choices. As far as the monitoring goes from one to the other, if you've worked in bars and you've worked in restaurants and it's very clear you can't bring in your own, you can only have so much, they will not be able to monitor that with cameras. That's not going to be effective. There are other ways to consume marijuana. They can drink it, they can eat it. They do not have to put the workers that are working in there at risk in order to be able to consume it. If they're a tourist, quite frankly, I believe the attorney was going to look into it. The last I knew, I think it was 25% of hotel rooms, if they choose, they can have up to 25% of their hotel rooms that can allow smoking. They can go to the hotel room. They can go to their homes to do it. They don't have the right to jeopardize the health. And quite frankly, I'm much more concerned about the health of our Anchorage citizens and residents than I am about the tourists that are coming here. These are our neighbors, our family, our children. It's much, much more important to do that. I also think that if we open this can of worms, and again, I would look at legal, I would think we would be found arbitrary and capricious to say that if you're in a marijuana dispensary, that smoke, those workers can be exposed, but we're not going to expose up workers in other areas. And so I think it just stands to take us far back from where we have been. And You know, this is somewhat personal for me. I spent 30 years, one way or another, working to try to get smoke out and make it safe for people to be able to work and not have to choose between their jobs and their health.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. We have some questions, if you don't mind. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, smoking in hotels is okay then?
Mr. Falsey will, when we get in debate portion, Mr. Falsey will
I mean it more
bring
from
that
an
out.
activist perspective.
You're not an activist, sir. You're now an assembly member.
A non-smoking activist.
Well, as you know, in some, through the chair, Mr. Constant, as you know, with some, you have to request a non-smoking room. I mean, when you go online and you go to book a room, some are smoking and some are not.
Right. So that's a level of risk that's acceptable, or is that the next campaign?
Well, the level of risk there, the people that are smoking in those rooms, you don't have the hotel staff in the bedroom with you or in the room with you when you're smoking. They may be coming in and cleaning afterwards, but typically they're not in the room when you're there and when you would be partaking.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Whittleton.
Good question.
Hi. So Choku Charlie's has an outdoor area for smoking where they don't serve drinks, so staff doesn't go there. And that apparently is legal. They do it wide open. Is that okay?
They would have to be so many feet from the door according to our ordinance, and how should I say this? Despite having spent many hours in Chilkoot Charlie's as a younger person, it's been a long time since I've been in there, so I've not actually looked at theirs, Mr. Weddleton. But I know that I'm assuming the health department and others who would be enforcing that law have looked and made sure that they're meeting requirements from being away from the door, not being able to take their drinks. So it wouldn't require, if staff aren't there, it may well be an outside area, but without having seen it, I really couldn't comment for sure.
But assuming that it is proper and legal by the current smoke laws in Anchorage, if it were marijuana instead of cigarettes, would that be okay? I mean, in your sense?
If they can meet all the requirements that we have in our secondhand smoking, I don't care. I don't care if they smoke at home. I don't care if they smoke other areas. My problem with this is a workers' rights issue, and it's not just the cashier and the servers. We've also talked with the entertainers that are in there that have jeopardized their voices when they're in with all of that smoke on a constant basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hi, Kathy.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Kathy.
Council or as an individual?
What?
Are you speaking representing the community council or as an individual?
My name is Kathy Gleason. I'm currently acting president of Turnagain Community Council, GLEASON. So give me a generous 5. Hopefully you have gotten Turnagain Community Council's comment letter. It's a similar version of one that we sent the Assembly on September 13th. We have modified that slightly, but all of our points are the same, and we approved that at our October 5th, 2017 council meeting last Thursday. There's 7 key things that we brought up in our letter, and I'll briefly try and get through those. Our first is our very serious concern about if you support through your amendments through to the state regs, and ultimately, if that's approved, come back into this body, if you end up supporting on-site consumption in enclosed areas, then I think that the tobacco smoking industry, Turnagain Community Council, not just me, excuse me, think that could weaken and turn back the clock on becoming a smoke-free community with regard to tobacco and non-smoking in public areas. And we are very concerned about jeopardizing that incredible step that this community took 10 years ago. Our second point is, has been made by other speakers, that according to experts beyond my level of knowledge, but I'm taking their word for it, that there is no current technology in ventilation that can take out the particulates that could cause cancer that lodge deep in your lung. So odor is one concern, but it's not the only concern in terms of exposure to the health and safety. Third, unlike the previous speaker, we are very concerned about exposure to outdoor smoking. And unfortunately, I see that the Community and Economic Development Committee recommended some additions to the state regs that add allowing outdoor consumption of marijuana in these, at these establishments. It's one thing for somebody, whether it's tobacco or marijuana, to willingly consume that product and expose themselves to their smoke. But it's a whole other one to expose the public, and that's what would happen if you allow outdoor areas. So it's almost more egregious than allowing the smokers themselves to kill themselves. But for the public to be exposed to their practices should not be allowed, and I strongly encourage this body to remove those amendments referring to any kind of outdoor areas for consumption. Number 4 is an area that probably others could speak to better than myself representing the council, but with regard to consumption and then once customers leave that on-site consumption site, I have never imbibed, is that the verb, marijuana, so I can't tell you how quickly it comes into your body, how soon you get high, how long that high lasts, etc. But I think it's a real concern that intoxicated driving, I mean, there are statistics, marijuana smokers and intoxicated driving, and there is no way to, for law enforcement to pull them over and do a breathalyzer test like they can with alcohol. So that's a real issue, and I think hopefully you will hear from APD on the enforcement of that issue and how intoxicated driving could potentially put out a public risk. Another concern that TCC had is exposure of secondhand smoke to police, fire department, EMTs, who may have to go into these enclosed smoking consumption areas, and their exposure to that secondhand smoke. It's one thing if you can miraculously keep employees out of that room, but if EMTs or anyone else in law enforcement or public safety have to enter those consumption rooms and it's filled with smoke, they're going to be exposed to that. So one of two things is going to happen. You're going to put their health at risk if you think these are good ideas by them entering those. They may get high, depending on how long they're in those rooms and dealing with what they have to do. Could I continue, please?
Your time is up, ma'am. You need to sum it up quickly.
Okay.
Like 10 seconds.
Can't do it. So I strongly urge that you ask APD and FPD about that, their position on this. I don't know if you have. The other two items are quickly increased costs for enforcement, and that we think that ballot measure 2 is very clear about not allowing public consumption. And so I think legal needs to weigh in on this as well to see if this is...
Thank you, Kathy.
One more thing.
Your time's up, ma'am. Anybody have any questions for Kathy? Mr. France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was wondering, would you go ahead and tell us your last point?
Appreciate that, Ms. LaFrance. And I think when one other previous speaker spoke to this as well, and so I think it behooves this body to take a stand now. Either submit these amendments to a state proposal, which we disagree with in terms of adding outdoor consumption as a possibility, or you just say the state, yeah, we don't like what we're reading. We're hearing a lot from our constituents about public safety and health concerns, so we don't support your regulations at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. MA members? There aren't any. Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Look at the meeting, sir.
Hi, my name is Daniel Gleason, Gleason. I live in Turnagain area, and I want to I was on the Land Use Committee that helped come up with these 7 items, and I'm very opposed to anything about public consumption of marijuana, although there is an alternative, and they're doing this in Colorado, and they are allowing consumption in limousines and buses that have isolation. And if you go online to, there's several limousine companies that are online in Colorado that you can, like for $499 for 3 hours, have a tour. And you can consume in that limousine. It is totally isolated. The drivers are totally isolated. They are regulated. They do get tested by DOT because they are driving on interstate roads. Buses are isolated also. So it's, there is an alternative, and it is a good business opportunity for those business people that would like to do this. So there you go. And it's totally legal in Colorado. I don't see why it couldn't be legal here in Alaska.
Is that all, sir?
That's it.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Actually, I just want to say thank you. That was innovative.
Mr. Constant.
Interesting. Innovative and interesting. The taxi cabs might appreciate you.
Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Gloria Manni. I'm a resident of West Anchorage, and I fully support the resolution of Jernigan Community Council that has been handed over to you. But these are my personal comments. To me, tobacco, smoking is smoking. Tobacco, marijuana, you name it, I don't want it. There are too many things that have been very well addressed to the effect. And my major concern is that once you allow this special smoking of marijuana in public places, because it's going to be a public place, I don't see why the tobacco industry will not come back and ask again to have tobacco being more usable in different places. I did ask in the process, during the course of a work session if the legal department will look into the effect, if you can anyway block the potential raising of the tobacco issue in public places. Now we can finally go to a restaurant and feel our food, taste our food instead of smelling the smoke or the table nearby. I'm not against the consumption of edibles at this point in time under the limited control and all of that, but I find also that sending back the resolution with the attachment as presented here, it seems to me that is an endorsement of all what is presented by the state or being considered by the state. I would say that maybe just a resolution that later on will give us the possibility to discuss what is fit in this community. And this is a new industry. Is doing at the moment, reasonably well, it seems, no major issues. But I think you have the responsibility also to give it a time to test it itself. So one step at a time. We don't need to go all the way for the long run and do whatever has not been tested in any other state in the union. So I would recommend being prudent. And my basic point is, again, that I want to have a guarantee that the tobacco industry will not come back and you will not allow public smoking around. And to me, smoking is smoking, and I don't want to go into the details of that for my personal reasons, but they're very, very serious, and I would appreciate your attention to these. And again, I would recommend that you don't send the attachment to the resolution at this point in time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Croft, sir?
Gloria, good to see you again. There was an idea when the initiative was passed that marijuana would be treated like alcohol, and we're running into a problem area where it doesn't. We wouldn't have ever said let's allow all the liquor stores to establish a consumption area. I don't think that's the way we would have approached. We had bars and retail liquor stores, and we separated them very consciously in the efforts. So should we just treat marijuana like, in this instance, tobacco? And as Mr. Weddleton was asking, I mean, is there a problem with having, in your opinion, an outdoor, we're picking on Chilcoots, but the Chilcoots smoking area where they can go and smoke tobacco or marijuana?
I mean, the point is employees can smoke outside of the work of employment. There are those little huts where they go and freeze in wintertime and do that. It's not up to me to decide what is right, the smoking. But what you're trying to do here, it seems to me, is excessive for the purpose. How many tourists you're going to have, they need to have a place where to smoke. There is reality. People that smoke marijuana illegally nowadays, you don't control that, okay? And then all of a sudden you want to control this just to the split minute or second. Let people be a little creative instead of creating this major issue here that can open the door to other problems. I don't know if I'm responding, but...
Thank you, Gloria. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you.
I really would appreciate the legal opinion to hear what is going to occur to the tobacco.
I'm going to have him give that before we do the debating portion, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Jennifer Summers, SUMMERS, and I'm in South Anchorage. So I just wanted to talk about a few points and just say, as many speakers have said today, that I do oppose these recommendations and wanted to then keep in mind some of the things, again, that people have already said, but ventilation is not sufficient to protect employees and patrons, as we've heard today. So looking at then the possibility of how it could be controlled inside and some of the areas that were spoke about, removing the visibility of smoke, looking at then trying to separate it from other areas, making then it smoke-free for employees, and even separate from outside. All of these then do not distinguish then an area that then would be safe for employees. So I really want to urge that then there is no recommendation for a safe level of secondhand smoke, and that's something that that we really need to protect for Alaskans. When we look at this as well, we're looking at then how something like this could then start to bend those social norms for a lot of those health standards that we have already placed for smoke, making sure that we're not renormalizing smoke, that we're really making sure that then we're trying to not renormalize that secondhand exposure. When we look at some of the other areas too and saying allowing people to consume on site, we start to look at some of the issues around health and even going through and driving home. What does this do to a person's body? So although this can be made with arguments of even edibles and other things, we do have to consider that allowing people to then consume on site does open another door of risk for health issues, and how long that high can take to kick in. We do then look at then the number of then cancer-containing components of the secondhand smoke, again, just goes through and urges us to really consider this is something that is very bad for our health. It's not something that then we want to open the doors to Alaskans. This was something that was voted upon by Alaskans, and when we start to open the door and say, how does this affect our tourists, again, this is something that then we need to consider for our own people. I want to make sure, too, to say that then clean air is the standard comparison. Right? Not then when we're looking at how does this compare to secondhand smoke, or is this something that's comparable to alcohol? Clean air is the comparison. So I think sometimes when we start to have this conversation of, is it much more unhealthy, things like that. Again, clean air is that comparison, and we're trying to make these safe workplaces for all. And then lastly, when we look at then what the evidence says out there, there's a lack of research overall, as we start to have these debates. Outside, can we let people have outside, or are there ways to separate it? Again, there's no way to then ventilate it in a safe way, but there is a lack of research that is still out there. So why not err on the side of caution? Why do we go through and make ourselves as a guinea pig? And again, so I just urge you all to then go through and recognize that there are many communities even looking at that debate of, okay, how does this then extend to outside areas? a lot of communities are going through and banning it in public parks and things like that. So the continuation of this argument goes on. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from Assembly members? There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Thanks. My name is Anna Brawley. I live in West Anchorage. I've submitted detailed written comments on this issue, so I won't replicate those. But I just wanted to bring up a couple points. First, I will state for the record I'm opposed to this proposal at this time, and I'll give some reasons why. I do agree with the comments that would have been made about secondhand smoke, about exposure to workers, those kind of issues. But I'm here to talk more as a policy wonk. So I've been working for the last 5 or almost 6 years on Title IV review, which is taking a comprehensive look at the state's alcohol laws and working with over 100 stakeholders from industry, public health, public safety, local option communities, education, kind of everybody that's involved in those issues. And basically a lot of what we've been talking about are decisions that were made in 1933 at the end of Prohibition. And so that's just to illustrate, the magnitude of these decisions that are being made now, and we know that the federal government is not going to weigh in on this for the next few years at least. We know that other states are looking to us, and we've looked to other states and have drawn lessons from their experience. One example is Colorado. They didn't have dosage or serving sizes in their laws. That was one lesson that Alaska learned from Colorado. Another lesson that Colorado is learning from Alaska is discussing products that are shaped like candy, marijuana-infused products that are attractive to children and have much more possibility for abuse or accidental ingestion. So this is an evolving process, and we're all responsible for the policy decisions that are being made. So even though this is a comment on a regulation by the Marijuana Control Board, that's 5 members, and we really need public discussion about this. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. And I just wanted to remind the Assembly that the decisions we make in this state, in this city now, are going to have repercussions for decades. And you all are dealing with issues in this book. This is Title IV, the regulations and statutes about alcohol in our state. We're still dealing with those. We are dealing with decisions made by the board that overstepped their authority, the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. We have dealt with issues of problem licenses that don't get taken away. So all of these things are going to keep coming back to us. And so I just wanted to remind the Assembly to be cautious, to look at an evidence base and the public health and research that we have on smoke, and just to consider the long-term implications of these decisions. Thank you.
Questions from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, my name is Katie Steffens, and I'm here representing myself. I have already emailed previously today, but I do oppose these recommendations currently as well. But I just quickly wanted to explain the size of this particulate matter because it's not general knowledge, and I wouldn't expect it to be. But so as we said, these particles are 2.5 microns, but as a tangible explanation, the size of your hair is between 50 and 70 microns. Dust is 10 microns, so this is 4 times as small as one speck of dust. This comes as firsthand, what you breathe in directly, secondhand, what you breathe out, and thirdhand, what gets on your clothes and into your hair. So employees, people who go to these places, would be carrying these back home to friends, family members, infants, newborns. It's not contained. The smoke isn't contained. It gets out. And as people have said before, there's no ventilation system that would be able to take this out of a building. And I guess on the tourist fact, I just wanted to state, I'm not sure exactly what tourists do in Alaska, but it seems that they come to see the outdoors mostly. But that's just my opinion on tourists. But I think allowing these regulations would open Pandora's box to a lot more that we can't foresee at this moment. But thank you for your time.
Question from Assembly members? There don't appear to be. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. My name is Joanne Zito-Browse, and I'm here to testify against this agenda item. My primary reason is the health reason, and it's also, as a mother, one of the great things that made me proud of Anchorage was when we finally had a smoke-free indoor air policy. And Anchorage led the way for the state, and I think that was, for me, the best thing we could have done. My children were very socially active. They would go out to bars with their friends, and I knew the dangers then of secondhand smoke, and I hated the fact that they were going to these places and were exposed to this. And as young people, they just thought it wasn't a big deal. What you're doing with this agenda item is opening up that particular issue again. Once you open the door, you leave it open for others to seek exemptions as well. And we don't want to roll back Anchorage's exemplary health law. The other issue is the effect that this smoke has, marijuana smoke in particular, has on the heart. It has been shown through emerging research, and you probably well know that there hasn't been a lot of research because this has been an illegal substance, but emerging research is showing that it has a more damaging effect on the heart. And it has been shown in communities, in states, in countries that have initiated clean indoor air laws, heart attacks drop immediately. But if we get this going and we allow this kind of exposure with marijuana secondhand smoke, we're opening the door again for that kind of health issue. So I fervently urge you to say no to this. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from Assembly members? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hey there. My name is Jack. I live over on 11th. About 5 years ago, I was working on a construction crew up in Eagle River, and a housing truss fell from a crane and went through a friend of mine. And he was a guy we'd all worked with for a long time, and everybody was pretty upset about it. But nobody said that's not fair because we're adults and we understand that in some occupations there's danger. I'd imagine that if I took a job representing a district in a city, that there would be some danger of crazy people harassing me. What I'm saying is that adults make decisions about the dangers they're going to encounter in their job. If I take a job at a marijuana retail store that has on-site consumption, I guess I can reasonably suspect that I'm going to be exposed to marijuana smoke. And as an adult, I feel like I have the right to make that decision. I agree with the idea that a person shouldn't be able to smoke in a restaurant or a bar where a person who's not smoking goes. But in an on-site consumption retail store, there's a whole room dedicated to marijuana smoke. I think that people can make that decision on their own. I don't think that they need the help of the state. And finally, I'd like to add that, yes, the law was treated like alcohol. And I follow the marijuana regulations very closely, and the treat it like alcohol thing hasn't happened a whole lot. It'd be nice to see if the city could make attempts to make that right. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Before we begin debate, Mr. Falsey, can you give us a briefing on legal opinion you sent out relative to using marijuana in hotels?
Yes, to the chair. Ahead of a previous assembly meeting, we attempted to give you a quick guide through the overlapping laws. Right now, we have 3 different sources of law We have a municipal code provision on smoking, a municipal code provision on public consumption of marijuana, and the state regulations and law on public consumption of marijuana. Wading through those overlapping provisions is somewhat tricky, but the bottom line is actually pretty straightforward. As we parse all of those, current Muni Code generally bans public smoking and consumption of marijuana, but it doesn't preclude consumption of edibles in hotel rooms at all, or smoking in designated hotel smoking rooms. So that's the current state of play as we presently understand it.
So the hotel could make the conscious decision to have a room dedicated for smoking?
Yes, so long as the hotel were complying with the other provisions of the secondhand smoking ordinance, which requires a certain number of rooms to be set aside as non-smoking rooms.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. I'm going to set the clock in an hour. We're going to get out of here, just to let you know. So, Mr. Wilton, you're first, sir.
All right, thanks. And just to let people know, besides this public hearing, we talked about this a couple times at the Community and Economic Development Committee. Most recently, I think it was September 14th when we reviewed comments that were sent in. And I'd just like to point Assembly members to a substitute attachment which you've been handed. And this is almost completely identical to the attachment that you were given with the original packets. It's just in a different format so that it seems like it would work better for people reviewing it. And for the public, it doesn't have any new words. It really just outlines it more in a little boxes and so on, because it was fairly clunky the way it was presented. There is one new section added. So this is in some regards an amendment. Two? Do we have two?
No, just page 2.
Page 2, thank you. And it is
I'm sorry, Mr. Weldon, page 2 of what exactly?
Of this document.
of the substitute for attachment.
Gotcha.
And I'm looking at page 2.
Page 2?
I have a, sorry.
Paragraph 13, is that it?
not-
Mr.
is it-
Weddleton?
You talk about line, you're looking at 13 at the end. Is that what you're doing on the left-hand side?
I'm looking
John?
for my 13. Where is it? It's not page 2, is it?
It's on page 2, 13 at the very, if it's.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
On the left one. Allow a person
Okay,
to smoke.
okay. So I will read this carefully for people who are here. So this is an addition to our comments. So it would add to the list of not allowed, and add to the what the state is proposing is not allowed. And it would be, so it would be not allow a person to smoke marijuana products in the marijuana consumption area in any manner that is inconsistent with applicable state and local secondhand smoke control ordinances. So it's just to make clear, we are asking them to include this so that our ordinances are, they won't do anything that would make us go against our smoking ordinances.
Anything else, John?
That's one, and then just a couple other things to address some things that were stated. One is we did not add to this outdoor smoking. There is within the body of the proposals from the state, it mentioned outdoor smoking, but in their list of things allowed, it didn't have that. So we just took it out of the body and made sure it was in or recommend that they put it in the list, just so it's for clarity, and didn't really change their intent at all. And then there are a couple points made that, well, if we talk about our smoke-free ordinance, you know, that doesn't help Wasilla or Houston or places that might not have those. And they will speak for themselves. It would be inappropriate for us to think that we can do that for them. It would be very odd. I would not want them to make recommendations for Anchorage. So we have that one new section, which do I offer that as an amendment? The other stuff had been gone through in committee, so.
Barbara?
It's my understanding, Mr. Weddleton, that you're moving to substitute this document for the document
In
that's
mass.
attached to your resolution. So you don't need to make an amendment. You've already discussed what the issue is, and if any of you can make any amendments to this, you're just substituting the whole document with the new line 13.
Is that a motion then? I move to substitute this document. Okay, so I move to substitute this version of attachment A.
Second.
Is there a second?
Heard one somewhere.
Second.
Okay. On the issue of substitution, any comments, Mr. Wilton? You have any comments on substitution?
Well, I urge a yes.
Okay. Mr. Constant, do you have any input on substitution?
No, sir, that's regular queue.
Okay. Mr. Croft, anything on substitution?
No, on the merits.
Okay. Any comments from anybody else on substitution? Okay, then please vote on substitution. If this is approved, then what we're working on is this particular document. That's approved by the body. John, anything else?
Well, I guess just to reiterate again, we've had a lot of very important comments here, and I smoked for 10 years. I quit January 3rd, 1982, so I'm sensitive. It's a really terrible, disgusting, bad habit, and I think anyone who smokes a cigarette should know this simply it's not good for you. You don't have to have scientific studies to tell you. You're breathing smoke. So I understand that, but we are really just talking about what they've proposed, and should they decide that they will make rules for on-site consumption, then we will have a debate for what we do here in Anchorage. And I think you're getting clear signals that we know we have a smoke-free law in this town and that there's a lot of support for that. We will grapple with that issue when we come to it, and it could very likely be no, we won't allow it here, or it could be with great restrictions. So I think there are important points, and I hope everybody who testified will send those comments also on to the Marijuana Control Board who's looking at these. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wilton. Mr. Constant, sir.
Yeah, and I just, for the description of the process and how this came to be, I asked the body to make this a public hearing, even though a resolution doesn't require a public hearing, because as a body, we do lean towards hearing from the public, and this is essentially the second opportunity, other than the email communications that have been ongoing, for the public to speak on this matter. And if this passes today, and then if the state passes their regulations, then another conversation will be happening for the public.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I apologize for continuing to be confused about this. I was, when we passed the resolution, asking them to adopt regulations. I still, on this issue, I still couldn't figure out exactly whether we were saying we support it and want you to make a way to do it, or we just want you to clarify. It could kind of be read either way. But when we asked them to do these regulations allowing for on-site consumption, and then we provide comments on it, I think we are saying that's what we want. In the prior draft, it was mainly you, Mr. Weddleton, and Mr. Constant's comments. Is this a lot of now committee comments, or is it sort of the amalgamation of the two that you and Mr. Constant did?
Mr. Wilton, it's better if you answer that than I do.
No, I'd be happy to. It is, I sent in comments. Chris, did you send in comments?
I did not send personal comments, only through the committee.
Okay, and then we went through it line by line as a committee, and I also had comments, and we discussed those, and not all of them were accepted. I had probably a third of them were not accepted.
Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I guess it was, there was on the original draft JW and CC for the different comments, but I guess there were also committee comments. Is this to mean this is what we would like to, we just had a big fight over a resolution where it really was a statement of, we want you to do this. And if it's your comments, then that's what we as a body are adopting. I guess, why not just send in your comments, Mr. Weddleton? What's the advantage of this process over you writing them and saying, I, John Weddleton, or I, John Weddleton, assembly person, want you to do these things?
Mr. Weddleton, if you want to answer me, you can.
Well, you guys as a body, we have way more clout than just John Weddleton. But this was, I think, we chose to tackle this as the Community Economic Development Committee, and that I happen to be the one that sent in virtually all the comments, which is coincidental. I certainly would have looked forward to comments from everyone else as well. That's why we publicized it. We had two meetings. So we had one, we looked at it, said, how would we proceed? And we agreed to proceed. Everyone would send in comments, and we would put them together, and then we'd review them. And as it ended up, things were greatly simplified, and only one of us sent in comments, and it went very briskly. But I would not say, if we were to say, send in a comment and say, no, we don't support this in any way, no on-site consumption, period, and they ignore us, and say, we will make rules for on-site consumption, we don't care what the Anchorage Assembly said. Well, we found that there were some weaknesses in this. There were some inconsistencies, there were some things that were unclear, and then presumably they would pass it and we would get this unclear document for us to then grapple with. So we have an opportunity here to say, okay, well, let's tighten it up, make sure that when it comes, should you approve it, we understand what's given to us, and we can deal with it within our framework. And that's really the approach here. It's not to say we're going to do on-site consumption. It just says when you pass something, we want it to work. And we know, the recent Uber thing where they completely took local control out of it. We have wording in here that says we want a say in it. Don't say it's on-site consumption just by your rules. We want a say in it.
Okay, I really appreciate that answer and all the work you've done on that committee. I didn't mean to indicate any different. Thank you.
Ms. Nabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep my comments brief. I really appreciate everyone coming tonight and sharing your thoughts on this particular issue. And I know at the microphone, one of our speakers was told, no, we didn't pass a resolution supporting on-site consumption. But I have to say I completely agree with you. Because my feeling as an assembly member is the previous resolution was intentionally rushed to make sure they made it to the Marijuana Control Board so they could advocate for on-site consumption. That's how I read it. That's how I felt as an assembly member. And I have to tell you, I got an earful from my constituents about it. And so you're not the only one who felt that way. And I just wanted to validate your comments. When it comes to tobacco smoke versus marijuana smoke, and I'm going to preface this by saying I did not support the smoking ordinance that passed, and simply because of the reason the gentleman said back there, I feel adults have an opportunity to choose to go to a place or not go to a place. But with that said, I believe in parity in law. I believe in if you're going to have a smoke-free Anchorage, that means you have a smoke-free Anchorage. And though I may not have been an initial supporter of it, I do believe in being fair. And when it comes to that, I think it's laughable if somebody says, well, you can't smoke cigarettes, but you can smoke marijuana. That's just dumb. So within the smoking ordinance, there is an opportunity right now for them to have on-site consumption if, in fact, the Marijuana Control Board allows it. Now, is it regulated? Yes. Is it different? Can you not have employees? Yep, you can't have employees. I mean, there's specifics in there. So if people are really excited about on-site consumption when it comes to smoking, they can do it within the current smoking ordinance. And so I think every one of you that got up to testify added to the conversation, and I think you made some really, really good points. I won't be supporting this, and I said this from the beginning. I specifically had my name taken off of it, even though I'm a committee member, because I believe this clearly looks like the Anchorage Assembly is advocating for on-site consumption. And my district, by a huge margin, has a big problem with it. And it's not just because of the health effects. They're afraid of DUIs. They're afraid of, people driving, whether it's a brownie or whether it's a joint. They're afraid of people driving with a substance that we don't know a whole lot about and what impairments that might lead to and how that might affect somebody who's going to the grocery store, let's just say. So I appreciate every single one of you coming and sharing your stories and your perspective. Whether we agree or disagree on topics, I think you added to the conversation, and I will be supporting killing this ordinance.
Mr. Wilton.
Well, I'm sorry, I think I'm done.
You what,
now.
sir?
I'm done for now.
You're done, okay. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. And just back to the idea that Mr. Croft asked, the committee that has spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours on this question is the committee that came up with the recommendations for streamlining this process. And I think the reason is because the work is overbearing if it doesn't make sense and it gets impossible to do. So that's why those comments were made in that way. So I'd have spoken earlier, but I would have been out of turn. So
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. France, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It definitely concerns me that the perception of this resolution is one of endorsement, and I will tell you that I have many questions and concerns that would need to be addressed before I would be convinced that on-site consumption is something that should be allowed in Anchorage. I think DUI-wise, definitely safety of employees and so on. However, the opportunity to ask the state for clarification and to exert local control, I think, is very important. And for that reason, I would support this resolution, but not necessarily any ordinance to, at this point anyway, to permit on-site consumption. And I would like to hear more about the bus and limo idea as well. Thank you.
Discussion for another time, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on the original marijuana committee. We've been talking about this for over 3 years now. And in one of the very first meetings we had, it was brought up, well, what if tourists buy this stuff, where are they going to smoke it? And the municipality of Anchorage is collecting marijuana tax. And I felt it was irresponsible for us to collect tax, and from whoever it is that's buying this, without there being a place for them to legally smoke it. It's a bait and switch. Come to Alaska, we have legalized marijuana, but when you buy it, there's nowhere for you to smoke it, and when you smoke it in a park, you're subject to a $100 ticket. And so the Community and Economic Development Committee had meetings about this, and we've been creating the marijuana regulations and laws over the last 3 years and amending them as we go along. We're trying to stay atop of this new industry. And I just feel that it was voted to be legalized, and people are going to come here expecting to be able to try some of this. And so I think the document that we have here just tells the Marijuana Control Board, make a decision, and if you do make a decision to allow it, look at some of our comments and try to get it done right. That's basically what we were covering in our committee. We looked at the original proposal, and we found areas that we thought created questions, so we made comments for them to try to make corrections in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. You now have the gavel, sir.
Yes, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. I'm not voting for this. Craig Finkel is one of the authors of the secondhand smoking ordinance. We cleaned up the air in Anchorage. I'm not about to let it get polluted again. When I hear people say, what about the tourists? Mr. Falsey told you about the tourists. Get a hotel room that's designated for smoking and go there and smoke your brains out. But my main concern is when I read this document, I appreciate getting it from you, John. When I look at H on here, local government may recommend the board approve an application for a new license goes on unless they find we're doing arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. It's the same language they use when we deal with alcohol. And I've got no faith at all in the Marijuana Control Board. Sorry. While I like the person that is a director, not on the members of the board. That is industry-driven organization. And if they had their way, they'd have marijuana smoke going everywhere. It's ridiculous when they say it's child-proof container. Do you really think if a child wants in the container, they can't get into it? So it's bad enough we're going to have candy sold in marijuana stores that are designed to attract children. And don't worry, it's in child-proof containers. Having raised a number of children, there is nothing that's child-proof. It may be if you have arthritis, it's child-proof, but not as a child. You'll get into it. So I'm not going to send this. I'm not with my vote. Sorry. If the state decides they want to deal with this, we'll fight that battle later right here in the chambers. But I'm never going to vote for anything that does away with our secondhand smoke ordinance. We worked too hard to clean the air in Anchorage. I remember what it was like going into restaurants here, where you couldn't even see the table across for the smoke. and the people had to go home that worked there and wash their clothes because it was so contaminated with smoke. I'd never want to see that happen again. And this just opens the door for that happening. So I'm not going to join with you on this. Sorry.
Is that all, Mr. Traney?
That's all.
Thank you. Here's your gavel.
Thank you. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. I think that the comments have been really good, I think, and it's a good discussion. But I think that, and the original intent of us bringing it up even and talking about it, was that we ought to have some control and some input as to what the state does. And I think it behooves us to make the comments to weed out some of the worst aspects of a free and open society that may be proposed here. And so I think the comments are something we ought to do, whether or not we introduce it and we allow it in Anchorage or not. But I think it behooves us to try and get it something better than the first cut. And so I will make some comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Mr. Weddleton. Does this, and I may have missed it, substitute, does it contain any conditions for designated drivers? Or was that even addressed?
I'm not aware that there's any part of this addressing that.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion from Assembly members?
Just to that point, sir, that
Mr. Constant.
designated driver issues and issues of consumption while driving are all regulated under the law. These are all already currently kind of addressed pretty firmly.
The only thing is there's a real problem with marijuana usage versus alcohol. Alcohol, we could do a breathalyzer. There are no breathalyzer tests for marijuana, sir.
I think if you talk to our officers at APD, they would tell you they have really well-trained people to recognize intoxication, and they can arrest you even if there isn't evidence if you are intoxicated.
I suggest you talk to some state prosecutors. You'll find a different text on it. Mr. Croft?
I'm sorry to go again. So I'm worried Mr. Weldon may be getting a bad rap. I'm still convinced. It now says, doesn't it, a licensed retail marijuana store with an approved on-site consumption endorsement may not, and then 13 is, allow a person to smoke marijuana products in the marijuana consumption area in any manner that is inconsistent with, it says will, but with all applicable state and local secondhand smoke control ordinance. So even though you took out the tobacco, which I think worried a lot of people, you meant and you intend that to mean that we would have complete secondhand smoke authority.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't do anything to give that up.
If you read H, go to the bottom down there. It says the local government will assume responsibility for monitoring compliance with conditions unless the board provides otherwise. So the state is not saying if they put conditions, they would monitor it. It would be up to local jurisdiction to do it. The state doesn't have the money. They had a problem when they stopped regulating manicures. Had them money. Anyway, let's vote on this item. Please vote. Don't tell me we've got to vote again.
No, it was just incredibly slow.
Okay, that was approved 7-4. Now we're down to special orders. There are none. Nothing reserved. Audience participation. Is anybody who would like to address the Assembly on any item that's not already on the agenda or dealt with earlier? That would be you.
Hi. My name's Ed Larrivee, and that's Larriv, Victory EE-2. I still live in the same place, Lake Otis and Tudor. I think we need more security at shopping centers. The reason why is of what's happened a couple days ago. A black man decided in his 30s, decided to whack an employee that go into her car on the head, takes her pink purse, and off he goes in the direction of Burger King. Yeah, I think this is a sign, we need to make these shopping centers have security so that, one, they patrol handicap parking spaces, two, the safety of the public, and three, they should better be out there so to prevent crime. When a criminal sees that uniform, I don't think he's going to go over, and harass anybody or pick on anybody or rob somebody or even kill somebody. As long as that person's there, I believe that you should have at least two security officers. And that way they can reinforce, or somebody can call the cops, which we'll get there in about 25 minutes. But, and they should be armed too. I hate to say it, but Anchorage is becoming a place where violence is apparently rapid. I mean, you all go to shopping centers. I'm sure you all probably never been confronted by a criminal who wants to rob you, but they're out there. We need to make an ordinance that, once again, shopping centers like Northway Mall have the ability, or we force them to have the ability, not just with the cameras, but with armed guards to protect the public. My name's Ed Levy. Good night.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to address the Assembly on any item? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Who's her coming? Oh, there she is. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Ashton Lekites, Lekites, and I just wanted to ask a question. How would I go about getting, personal belongings that have been abandoned in public places removed? Because, I live in Eagle River, and at Lions Park, which is a nonprofit organization, there's been a truck that's been abandoned for years, and nothing's been done about it. And where I work, it's a lot owned by the bank, not owned by a person or a company that's been sitting there for months and hasn't been taken care of. But I don't want it to fall on private organizations or public people, or just people, because, it includes money and things that shouldn't have to be paid for if it's not your property.
Mr. Falsey? You're a legal attorney, you're a legal eagle stir currently. How do you get property back that's left where?
If it's left in a public place that's not owned, it's just been abandoned for months or years, what would you do about it?
Mr. Falsey, can you answer a question, sir?
Through the chair, it may be easiest to have a conversation offline about this. Generally, APD does have some property that it keeps for safekeeping purposes, but we don't keep it for very long. So it'll depend on the facts of the situation here, and I'd be happy to chat with you and follow up.
Okay.
Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
First, I would say contact your assembly member, and I know the people that run Lions Park, and I'm not sure what the bank property is you're talking about, but let's hook up right after the meeting so I can get the information, and I'll give them, and I am a Lion too, so I'll give them a call.
Okay.
Mr. Dyson, sir.
I do not have a question for this person.
Okay. Mr. Constant.
I think I'm just in queue for final comments.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Final comments from assembly members. Fred?
Yeah, thank you. Significant interest of mine in the public policy area is civil liberties, and I paid a lot of attention for 40 years, and I've never known of a time when I believe that civil liberties under such an assault. On the 6th of this month, the Attorney General issued a guidance on religious liberty. It's going back to the Religious Liberty Restoration Act passed by Clinton and back in the day. And so this is the interpretation of how it should be, guidance on how it should be implemented in certainly in all federal agencies. I've got copies for each of you. It's, I don't know, 18 or 20 pages, seems to be very well documented. I've given one to Mr. Falsey and to Mr. Gates, and I'm going to get one to the State Attorney General, because I believe it has significant implications, including on some court decisions. Intriguing to me, it seems serendipitous, but the Attorney General quotes Madison talking about freedom of conscience as a handmaid of religious freedom, and seems to make the issue that freedom of conscience and freedom of religion trumps almost all else unless the government can show a compelling public interest that the freedom of conscience and freedom of religion needs to be restricted. Anyways,
thank you, Mr. Dyson.
It'll be interesting. I've got complete copies for everybody if you're interested. Thank you.
Good, sir. Ms. Zabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only kind of announcement or encouragement I would give members is Mr. Steele and myself had the opportunity to go on a pot shop field trip, and no, we did not partake. But we appreciated very much, well, I won't speak for you, Mr. Steele, but I really appreciated Mr. Flynn, former Assemblymember Flynn, giving us a tour of his retail establishment, and then Mr. Constant, Mr. Steele, and I did a field trip on Friday, I think it was, to the cultivation facility. And I have to tell you, I was really impressed with the level of professionalism and just the absolute attention to detail in both of their establishments. If you've not toured these facilities yet, I've done, the only one I haven't done now is manufacturing. I've gone to testing, I've gone to cultivation and retail, and it really is, it's eye-opening when you see the laws that you've put in place and then you see how they're being used and implemented. It really does give you a different perspective, and it gives you an opportunity to see what you did that was right. Some of the overcautious approaches we took, we were so spot on, especially when it came to some of the different odor control mechanisms and security mechanisms. So overall, I was very impressed with those tours, but I encourage you, if you haven't done so, reach out to some of these operators. I know Mr. Flynn has extended the opportunity. If anybody else wants to go do a tour, just give him a call. I'm sure he'd be happy to do that.
Good. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Some of you might have noticed in the flurry of emails today that I had submitted a resolution that was withdrawn. And the intent of the resolution was to recognize the Baha'i bicentennial of the birth of their religious faith leader. And the chair pressed upon me that it's not really good policy of the Assembly to wade into issues of religious faith. And I just accepted that that's probably wise, but it's still worth noting at this time that I'm going to be working on a letter that I'm going to put on letterhead that I'll be circulating to ask folks if they'd be interested in signing in celebration of the 200th anniversary of this faith that came first to Alaska in 1915. There's a lot of history. And so I just want to speak to that just for a moment and let you know that that was what that was about, and that I will probably be approaching you just for your signature on a non-political document.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Appreciate that. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was just going to suggest to Mr. Dyson that he can send that document to me electronically. That way we won't have to kill too many more trees. Thank you.
Mr. Croft, sir.
Well, you can probably send it to everybody, Fred, but I'd like to.
He said he'd like it as well, sir. Mr. Dunbar?
No comment.
Mr. Franz? Mr. Steele? Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dyson, I will take a copy, and Mr. Weddleton impressed upon me that it's not 11 o'clock yet, so I have 33 minutes of time to fill. No further comments.
John? Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned. Have a good night. Thanks for...